Chapter 1 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Roger Moline. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 1. Captain Rifle, gray and old in the Alaskan steamship service, had not lost the spirit of his youth along with his years. Romance was not dead in him, and the fire which is built up of clean adventure and the association of strong men and a mighty country had not died out of his veins. He could still see the picturesque, feel the thrill of the unusual, and at times warm memories crowded upon him so closely that yesterday seemed today, and Alaska was young again, thrilling the world with her wild call to those who had courage to come and fight for her treasures and live or die. Tonight, with the softly musical throb of his ship under his feet, and the yellow moon climbing up from behind the ramparts of the Alaskan mountains, something of loneliness seized upon him, and he said simply, "That is Alaska." The girl standing beside him at the rail did not turn, nor for a moment did she answer. He could see her profile clear, cut as a cameo in the almost vivid light, and in that light her eyes were wide and filled with a dusky fire, and her lips were parted a little, and her slim body was tense as she looked at the wonder of the moon silhouetting the cragged castles of the peaks, up where the soft, gray clouds lay like shimmering draperies. Then she turned her face a little and nodded. "Yes, Alaska," she said, and the old captain fancied there was the slightest ripple of a tremor in her voice. "Your Alaska, Captain Rifle." Out of the clearness of the night came to them a distant sound like the low moan of thunder. Twice before Mary Standish had heard it, and now she asked, "What was that? Surely it cannot be a storm, with the moon like that, and the stars so clear above." "It is ice breaking from the glaciers and falling into the sea. We are in the Wrangell Narrows, and very near the shore, Miss Standish. If it were day, you could hear the birds singing. This is what we call the Inside Passage. I have always called it the water wondershed of the world, and yet, if you will observe, I must be mistaken, for we are almost alone on this side of the ship. Is it not proof? If I were right, the men and women in there, dancing, playing cards, chattering, would be crowding this rail. Can you imagine humans like that? But they can't see what I see, for I am a ridiculous old fool who remembers things. Ah, do you catch that in the air, Miss Standish? The perfume of flowers, of forests, of green things ashore. It is faint, but I catch it. And so do I." She breathed in deeply of the sweet air, and turned then so that she stood with her back to the rail, facing the flaming lights of the ship. The mellow cadence of the music came to her, soft-stringed and sleepy. She could hear the shuffle of dancing feet. Laughter rippled with the rhythmic thrum of the ship. Voices rose and fell beyond the lighted windows, and as the old captain looked at her, there was something in her face which he could not understand. She had come aboard strangely at Seattle, alone and almost at the last minute, defying the necessity of making reservation where 50,000 others had been turned away, and chance had brought her under his eyes. In desperation she had appealed to him, and he had discovered a strange terror under the forced calm of her appearance. Since then he had fathered her with his attentions, watching closely with the wisdom of years. And more than once he had observed that questing, defiant poise of her head with which she was regarding the cabin windows now. She had told him she was 23, and on her way to meet relatives in Nome. She had named certain people, and he had believed her. It was impossible not to believe her, and he admired her pluck in breaking all official regulations and coming aboard. In many ways she was companionable and sweet. Yet out of his experience he gathered the fact that she was under a tension. He knew that in some way she was making a fight, but influenced by the wisdom of 63 years, he did not let her know he had guessed the truth. He watched her closely now, without seeming to do so. She was very pretty in a quiet and unusual way. There was something irresistibly attractive about her, appealing to old memories which were painted clearly in his heart. She was girlishly slim. He had observed that her eyes were beautifully clear and gray in the sunlight, and her exquisitely smooth dark hair, neatly coiled and luxuriant crown of beauty, reminded him of Puritanism in its simplicity. At times he doubted that she was 23. If she had said 19 or 20, he would have been better satisfied. She puzzled him and roused speculation in him. But it was a part of his business to see many things which others might not see, and hold his tongue. "We are not quite alone," she was saying. "There are others," and she made a little gesture toward 2 figures farther up the rail. "Old Donald Hardwick of Skagway," he said, "and the other is Alan Holt." "Oh, yes." She was facing the mountains again, her eyes shining in the light of the moon. Gently her hand touched the old captain's arm. "Listen," she whispered. "Another berg breaking away from old Thunder. We are very near the shore, and there are glaciers all the way up." "And that other sound, like low wind, on a night so still and calm. What is it?" "You always hear that when very close to the big mountains, Miss Standish. It is made by the water of 1,000 streams and rivulets rushing down to the sea. Wherever there is melting snow in the mountains, you hear that song." "And this man, Alan Holt," she reminded him, "he is a part of these things?" "Possibly more than any other man, Miss Standish. He was born in Alaska, before Nome or Fairbanks or Dawson City were thought of. It was in '84, I think. Let me see, that would make him 38, she said, so quickly that for a moment he was astonished. Then he chuckled. "You are very good at figures." He felt an almost imperceptible tightening of her fingers on his arm. "This evening, just after dinner, old Donald found me sitting alone. He said he was lonely and wanted to talk with someone, like me. He almost frightened me, with his great gray beard and shaggy hair. I thought of ghosts as we talked there in the dusk. Old Donald belongs to the days when the Chilkoot and the White Horse ate up men's lives, and a trail of living dead lay from the summit to Klondike, Miss Standish," said Captain Rifle. "You will meet many like him in Alaska, and they remember. You can see it in their faces. Always the memory of those days that are gone." She bowed her head a little, looking to the sea. "And Alan Holt, you know him well?" "Few men know him well. He is a part of Alaska itself, and I have sometimes thought him more aloof than the mountains. But I know him. All northern Alaska knows Alan Holt. He has a reindeer range up beyond the Endicott Mountains, and is always seeking the last frontier." "He must be very brave." "Alaska breeds heroic men, Miss Standish." "And honorable men. Men you can trust and believe in?" "Yes." "It is odd," she said, with a trembling little laugh that was like a bird note in her throat. "I have never seen Alaska before, and yet something about these mountains makes me feel that I have known them a long time ago. I seem to feel they are welcoming me, and that I am going home. Alan Holt is a fortunate man. I should like to be an Alaskan." "And you are—" "An American," she finished for him, a sudden, swift irony in her voice. "A poor product out of the melting pot, Captain Rifle. I am going north to learn." "Only that, Miss Standish?" His question, quietly spoken and without emphasis, demanded an answer. His kindly face, seamed by the suns and winds of many years at sea, was filled with honest anxiety as she turned to look straight into his eyes. "I must press the question," he said. "As the captain of this ship, and as a father, it is my duty. Is there not something you would like to tell me, in confidence, if you will have it so?" For an instant she hesitated. Then slowly she shook her head. "There is nothing, Captain Rifle." "And yet you came aboard very strangely," he urged. "You will recall that it was most unusual, without reservation, without baggage—" "You forget the handbag," she reminded him. "Yes, but one does not start for northern Alaska with only a handbag scarcely large enough to contain a change of linen, Miss Standish." "But I did, Captain Rifle." "True. And I saw you fighting past the guards like a little wildcat. It was without precedent." "I am sorry. But they were stupid and difficult to pass." "Only by chance did I happen to see it all, my child. Otherwise, the ship's regulations would have compelled me to send you ashore. You were frightened. You cannot deny that. You were running away from something." He was amazed at the childish simplicity with which she answered him. "Yes, I was running away from something." Her eyes were beautifully clear and unafraid, and yet again he sensed the thrill of the fight she was making. "And you will not tell me why or from what you were escaping?" "I cannot, tonight. I may do so before we reach Nome, but it is possible—" "What?" "That I shall never reach Nome." Suddenly she caught one of his hands in both her own. Her fingers clung to him, and with a little note of fierceness in her voice she hugged the hand to her breast. "I know just how good you have been to me," she cried. "I should like to tell you why I came aboard like that. But I cannot. Look at those wonderful mountains." With one free hand she pointed. "Behind them and beyond them lie the romance and adventure and mystery of centuries. And for nearly 30 years you have been very near those things, Captain Rifle. No man will ever see again what you have seen or feel what you have felt, or forget what you have had to forget. I know it. And after all that, can't you, won't you, forget the strange manner in which I came aboard this ship? It is such a simple, little thing to put out of your mind, so trivial, so unimportant when you look back and think. Please, Captain Rifle, please." So quickly that he scarcely sensed the happening of it, she pressed his hand to her lips. Their warm thrill came and went in an instant, leaving him speechless, his resolution gone. "I love you because you have been so good to me," she whispered, and as suddenly as she had kissed his hand, she was gone, leaving him alone at the rail. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 2 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Roger Moline. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 2. Alan Holt saw the slim figure of the girl silhouetted against the vivid light of the open doorway of the upper-deck salon. He was not watching her, nor did he look closely at the exceedingly attractive picture which she made as she paused there for an instant after leaving Captain Rifle. To him she was only one of the 500 human atoms that went to make up the tremendously interesting life of one of the first ships of the season going north. Fate, through the suave agency of the purser, had brought him into a bit closer proximity to her than the others, that was all. For 2 days her seat in the dining salon had been at the same table, not quite opposite him. As she had missed both breakfast hours and he had skipped 2 luncheons, the requirements of neighborliness and of courtesy had not imposed more than a dozen words of speech upon them. This was very satisfactory to Alan. He was not talkative or communicative of his own free will. There was a certain cynicism back of his love of silence. He was a good listener and a first-rate analyst. Some people, he knew, were born to talk, and others, to trim the balance, were burdened with the necessity of holding their tongues. For him, silence was not a burden. In his cool and casual way he admired Mary Standish. She was very quiet, and he liked her because of that. He could not, of course, escape the beauty of her eyes or the shimmering luster of the long lashes that darkened them, but these were details which did not thrill him, but merely pleased him. And her hair pleased him possibly even more than her gray eyes, though he was not sufficiently concerned to discuss the matter with himself. But if he had pointed out any one thing, it would have been her hair, not so much the color of it as the care she evidently gave it and the manner in which she dressed it. He noted that it was dark, with varying flashes of luster in it under the dinner lights. But what he approved of most of all were the smooth, silky coils in which she fastened it to her pretty head. It was an intense relief after looking on so many frowsy heads, bobbed and marcelled, during his 6 months' visit in the States. So he liked her, generally speaking, because there was not a thing about her that he might dislike. He did not, of course, wonder what the girl might be thinking of him, with his quiet, stern face, his cold indifference, his rather Indian-like litheness, and the single patch of gray that streaked his thick blond hair. His interest had not reached anywhere near that point. Tonight it was probable that no woman in the world could have interested him, except as the always casual observer of humanity. Another and greater thing gripped him, and had thrilled him since he first felt the throbbing pulse of the engines of the new steamship Nome under his feet at Seattle. He was going home, and home meant Alaska. It meant the mountains, the vast tundras, the immeasurable spaces into which civilization had not yet come with its clang and clamor. It meant friends, the stars he knew, his herds, everything he loved. Such was his reaction after 6 months of exile, 6 months of loneliness and desolation in cities which he had learned to hate. "I'll not make the trip again, not for a whole winter, unless I'm sent at the point of a gun," he said to Captain Rifle a few moments after Mary Standish had left the deck. "An Eskimo winter is long enough, but one in Seattle, Minneapolis, Chicago, and New York is longer for me." "I understand they had you up before the Committee on Ways and Means at Washington." "Yes, along with Carl Loman of Nome. But Loman was the real man. He has 40,000 head of reindeer in the Seward Peninsula, and they had to listen to him. We may get action." "May," Captain Rifle grunted his doubt. "Alaska has been waiting 10 years for a new deck and a new deal. I doubt if you'll get anything. When politicians from Iowa and South Texas tell us what we can have and what we need north of 58, why, what's the use? Alaska might as well shut up shop." "But she isn't going to do that," said Alan Holt, his face grimly set in the moonlight. "They've tried hard to get us, and they've made us shut up a lot of our doors. In 1910 we were 36,000 whites in the territory. Since then the politicians at Washington have driven out 9,000, a quarter of the population. But those that are left are hard-boiled. We're not going to quit, Captain. A lot of us are Alaskans, and we are not afraid to fight." "You mean—" "That we'll have a square deal within another 5 years, or know the reason why. And another 5 years after that, we'll be shipping 1 million reindeer carcasses down into the States each year. Within 20 years, we'll be shipping 5 million. Nice thought for the beef barons, eh? But rather fortunate, I think, for the 100 million Americans who are turning their grazing lands into farms and irrigation systems." One of Alan Holt's hands was clenched at the rail. "Until I went down this winter, I didn't realize just how bad it was," he said, a note hard as iron in his voice. "Loman is a diplomat, but I'm not. I want to fight when I see such things, fight with a gun. Because we happen to find gold up here, They think Alaska is an orange to be sucked as quickly as possible, and that when the sucking process is over, the skin will be worthless. That's modern, dollar-chasing Americanism for you. And are you not an American, Mr. Holt? So soft and near was the voice that both men started. Then both turned and stared. Close behind them, her quiet, beautiful face flooded with the moonglow, stood Mary Standish. You ask me a question, madam, said Alan Holt, bowing courteously. No, I am not an American. I am an Alaskan. The girl's lips were parted. Her eyes were very bright and clear. Please pardon me for listening, she said. I couldn't help it. I am an American. I love America. I think I love it more than anything else in the world, more than my religion, even. America, Mr. Holt. And America doesn't necessarily mean a great many of America's people. I love to think that I first came ashore on the Mayflower. That is why my name is Standish, and I just wanted to remind you that Alaska is America. Alan Holt was a bit amazed. The girl's face was no longer placidly quiet. Her eyes were radiant. He sensed the repressed thrill in her voice, and he knew that in the light of day he would have seen fire in her cheeks. He smiled, and in that smile he could not quite keep back the cynicism of his thought. And what do you know about Alaska, Miss Standish? Nothing, she said, and yet I love it. She pointed to the mountains. I wish I might have been born among them. You are fortunate. You should love America. Alaska, you mean? No, America. There was a flashing challenge in her eyes. She was not speaking apologetically. Her meaning was direct. The irony on Alan's lips died away. With a little laugh he bowed again. If I am speaking to a daughter of Captain Miles Standish, who came over in the Mayflower, I stand reproved, he said. You should be an authority on Americanism, if I am correct in surmising your relationship. You are correct, she replied with a proud little tilt of her glossy head. Though I think that only lately have I come to an understanding of its significance and its responsibility. I ask your pardon again for interrupting you. It was not premeditated. It just happened. She did not wait for either of them to speak, but flashed the two a swift smile and passed down the promenade. The music had ceased, and the cabins at last were emptying themselves of life. A remarkable young woman, Alan remarked. I imagine that the spirit of Captain Miles Standish may be a little proud of this particular olive branch. A chip off the old block, you might say. One would almost suppose he had married Priscilla, and this young lady was a definite, though rather indirect, result. He had a curious way of laughing without any more visible manifestation of humor than spoken words. It was a quality in his voice which one could not miss, and at times, when ironically amused, it carried a string which he did not altogether intend. In another moment Mary Standish was forgotten, and he was asking the captain a question which was in his mind. The itinerary of this ship is rather confused, is it not? Yes, rather, acknowledged Captain Rifle. Hereafter she will ply directly between Seattle and Nome, but this time we're doing the inside passage to Juneau and Skagway, and we'll make the Aleutian passage via Cordova and Seward. A whim of the owners, which they haven't seen fit to explain to me. Possibly the Canadian junket aboard may have something to do with it. We're landing them at Skagway, where they make the Yukon by way of White Horse Pass. A pleasure trip for flabby people nowadays, Holt. I can remember— So can I, nodded Alan Holt, looking at the mountains beyond which lay the dead-strewn trails of the gold stampede of a generation before. I remember. And old Donald is dreaming of that hell of death back there. He was all choked up tonight. I wish he might forget. Men don't forget such women as Jane Hope, said the captain softly. You knew her? Yes. She came up with her father on my ship. That was 25 years ago last autumn, Alan. A long time, isn't it? And when I look at Mary Standish and hear her voice—" He hesitated as if betraying a secret, and then he added, "I can't help thinking of the girl Donald Hardwick fought for and won in that death hole at Whitehorse. It's too bad she had to die." "She isn't dead," said Alan. The hardness was gone from his voice. "She isn't dead," he repeated. "That's the pity of it. She is as much a living thing to him today as she was 20 years ago." After a moment the captain said, "She was talking with him early this evening, Alan." "Miss Captain Miles Standish, you mean?" "Yes. There seems to be something about her that amuses you." Alan shrugged his shoulders. "Not at all. I think she is a most admirable young person. Will you have a cigar, Captain? I'm going to promenade a bit. It does me good to mix in with the sourdoughs." The two lighted their cigars from a single match, and Alan went his way, while the captain turned in the direction of his cabin. To Alan, on this particular night, the steamship Nome was more than a thing of wood and steel. It was a living, pulsating being, throbbing with the very heartbeat of Alaska. The purr of the mighty engines was a human intelligence crooning a song of joy. For him the crowded passenger list held a significance that was almost epic, and its names represented more than mere men and women. They were the vital fiber of the land he loved, its heart's blood, its very element, giving in. He knew that with the throb of those engines, romance, adventure, tragedy, and hope were on their way north, and with these things also arrogance and greed. On board were 100 conflicting elements, some that had fought for Alaska, others that would make her, and others that would destroy. He puffed at his cigar and walked alone, brushing sleeves with men and women whom he scarcely seemed to notice. But he was observant. He knew the tourists almost without looking at them. The spirit of the North had not yet seized upon them. They were voluble and rather excitedly enthusiastic in the face of beauty and awesomeness. The sourdoughs were tucked away here and there in shadowy nooks, watching in silence, or they walked the deck slowly and quietly, smoking their cigars or pipes and seeing things beyond the mountains. Between these two, the newcomers and the old-timers, ran the gamut of all human thrill for Alan, the flesh and blood fiber of everything that went to make up life north of the 54. And he could have gone from man to man and picked out those who belonged north of 58. Aft of the smoking room he paused, tipping the ash of his cigar over the edge of the rail. A little group of 3 stood near him, and he recognized them as the young engineers, fresh from college, going up to work on the government railroad running from Seward to Tanana. One of them was talking, filled with the enthusiasm of his first adventure. "I tell you," he said, "people don't know what they ought to know about Alaska. In school they teach us that it's an eternal ice box full of gold and is headquarters for Santa Claus, because that's where reindeer come from. And grown-ups think about the same thing. Why," he drew in a deep breath, "it's 9 times as large as the state of Washington, 12 times as big as the state of New York, and we bought it from Russia for less than 2 cents an acre. If you put it down on the face of the United States, the city of Juneau would be in St. Augustine, Florida, and Unalaska would be in Los Angeles. That's how big it is, and the geographical center of our country isn't Omaha or Sioux City, but exactly San Francisco, California." "Good for you, Sonny," came a quiet voice from beyond the group. "Your geography is correct, and you might add for the education of your people that Alaska is only 37 miles from Bolshevik Siberia, and wireless messages are sent into Alaska by the Bolsheviks urging our people to rise against the Washington government. We've asked Washington for a few guns and a few men to guard Nome, but they laugh at us. Do you see a moral?" From half-amused interest Alan jerked himself to alert tension. He caught a glimpse of the gaunt, old graybeard who had spoken, but did not know him. And as this man turned away, a shadowy hulk in the moonlight, the same deep, quiet voice came back very clearly. "And if you ever care for Alaska, you might tell your government to hang a few such men as John Graham, sonny." At the sound of that name, Alan felt the blood in him run suddenly hot. Only one man on the face of the earth did he hate with undying hatred, and that man was John Graham. He would have followed, seeking the identity of the stranger whose words had temporarily stung the young engineers, when he saw a slim figure standing between him and the light of the smoking-room windows. It was Mary Standish. He knew by her attitude that she had heard the words of the young engineer and the old graybeard, but she was looking at him, and he could not remember that he had ever seen quite that same look in a woman's face before. It was not fright. It was more an expression of horror, which comes from thought and mental vision rather than physical things. Instantly it annoyed Alan Holt. This was the second time she had betrayed a too susceptible reaction in matters which did not concern her. So he said, speaking to the silent young men a few steps away, "He was mistaken, gentlemen. John Graham should not be hung. That would be too merciful." He resumed his way then, nodding at them as he passed. But he had scarcely gone out of their vision when quick footsteps pattered behind him, and the girl's hand touched his arm lightly. "Mr. Holt, please—" He stopped, sensing the fact that the soft pressure of her fingers was not altogether unpleasant. She hesitated, and when she spoke again, only her fingertips touched his arm. She was looking shoreward, so that for a moment he could see only the lustrous richness of her smooth hair. Then she was meeting his eyes squarely, a flash of challenge in the gray depths of her own. "I am alone on the ship," she said. "I have no friends here. I want to see things and ask questions. Will you help me a little?" "You mean escort you?" "Yes, if you will. I should feel more comfortable." Nettled at first, the humor of the situation began to appeal to him, and he wondered at the intense seriousness of the girl. She did not smile. Her eyes were very steady and very businesslike, and at the same time very lovely. "The way you put it, I don't see how I can refuse," he said. "As for the questions, probably Captain Rifle can answer them better than I." "I don't like to trouble him," she replied. "He has much to think about, and you are alone." "Yes, quite alone, and with very little to think about." "You know what I mean, Mr. Holt. Possibly you cannot understand me, or won't try, but I'm going into a new country, and I have a passionate desire to learn as much about that country as I can before I get there. I want to know about many things. For instance—" "Yes?" "Why did you say what you did about John Graham? What did the other man mean when he said he should be hung?" There was an intense directness in her question which, for a moment, astonished him. She had withdrawn her fingers from his arm, and her slim figure seemed possessed of a sudden throbbing suspense as she waited for an answer. They had turned a little, so that in the light of the moon the almost flower-like whiteness of her face was clear to him. With her smooth, shining hair, the pallor of her face under its lustrous darkness, and the clearness of her eyes, she held Alan speechless for a moment, while his brain struggled to seize upon and understand the something about her which made him interested in spite of himself. Then he smiled, and there was a sudden glitter in his eyes. "Did you ever see a dog fight?" he asked. She hesitated, as if trying to remember, and shuddered slightly. "Once." "What happened?" "It was my dog, a little dog. His throat was torn." He nodded. "Exactly. And that is just what John Graham is doing to Alaska, Miss Standish. He's the dog, a monster. Imagine a man with a colossal financial power behind him, setting out to strip the wealth from a new land and enslave it to his own desires and political ambitions. That is what John Graham is doing from his money thrown down there in the States. It's the financial support he represents. Curse him. Money and a man without conscience. A man who would starve thousands or millions to achieve his ends. A man who, in every sense of the word, is a murderer. The sharpness of her cry stopped him. If possible, her face had gone whiter, and he saw her hands clutch suddenly at her breast, and the look in her eyes brought the old, cynical twist back to his lips. "There, I've hurt your Puritanism again, Miss Standish," he said, bowing a little. "In order to appeal to your finer sensibilities, I suppose I must apologize for swearing and calling another man a murderer. Well, I do. And now, if you care to stroll about the ship—" From a respectful distance the three young engineers watched Alan and Mary Standish as they walked forward. "A corking pretty girl," said one of them, drawing a deep breath. "I never saw such hair and eyes—" "I'm at the same table with them," interrupted another. "I'm second on her left, and she hasn't spoken 3 words to me. And that fellow she is with is like an icicle out of Labrador." And Mary Standish was saying, "Do you know, Mr. Holt, I envy those young engineers. I wish I were a man." "I wish you were," agreed Alan amiably. Whereupon Mary Standish's pretty mouth lost its softness for an instant. But Alan did not observe this. He was enjoying his cigar and the sweet air. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 3 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Roger Moline. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 3. Alan Holt was a man whom other men looked at twice. With women it was different. He was, in no solitary sense of the word, a woman's man. He admired them in an abstract way, and he was ready to fight for them, or die for them, at any time such a course became necessary. But his sentiment was entirely a matter of common sense. His chivalry was born and bred of the mountains and the open, and had nothing in common with the insincere brand which develops in the softer and more luxurious laps of civilization. Years of aloneness had put their mark upon him. Men of the North, reading the lines, understood what they meant. But only now and then could a woman possibly understand. Yet if in any given moment a supreme physical crisis had come, women would have turned instinctively in their helplessness to such a man as Alan Holt. He possessed a vein of humor which few had been privileged to discover. The mountains had taught him to laugh in silence. With him a chuckle meant as much as a riotous outburst of merriment from another, and he could enjoy greatly without any noticeable muscular disturbance of his face. And not always was his smile a reflection of humorous thought. There were times when it betrayed another kind of thought more forcefully than speech. Because he understood fairly well and knew what he was, the present situation amused him. He could not but see what an error in judgment Miss Standish had made in selecting him, when compared with the intoxicating thrill she could easily have aroused by choosing one of the young engineers as a companion in her evening adventure. He chuckled. And Mary Standish, hearing the smothered note of amusement, gave to her head that swift little bird-like tilt which he had observed once before in the presence of Captain Rifle. But she said nothing. As if challenged, she calmly took possession of his arm. Halfway round the deck, Alan began to sense the fact that there was a decidedly pleasant flavor to the whole thing. The girl's hand did not merely touch his arm, it was snuggled there confidently, and she was necessarily so close to him that when he looked down, the glossy coils of her hair were within a few inches of his face. His nearness to her, together with the soft pressure of her hand on his arm, was a jolt to his stoicism. "It's not half bad," he expressed himself frankly. "I really believe I am going to enjoy answering your questions, Miss Standish." "Oh!" He felt the slim little finger stiffen for an instant. "You thought, possibly, I might be dangerous?" "A little. I don't understand women. Collectively, I think they are God's most wonderful handiwork. Individually, I don't care much about them. But you—" She nodded approvingly. "That is very nice of you. But you needn't say I am different from the others. I am not. All women are alike." "Possibly, except in the way they dress their hair." "You like mine?" "Very much." He was amazed at the admission, so much so that he puffed out a huge cloud of smoke from his cigar in mental protest. They had come to the smoking room again. This was an innovation aboard the Nome. There was no other like it in the Alaskan service, with its luxurious space, its comfortable hospitality, and the observation parlor built at one end for those ladies who cared to sit with their husbands while they smoked their after-dinner cigars. "If you want to hear about Alaska and see some of its human make-up, let's go in," he suggested. "I know of no better place. Are you afraid of smoke?" "No. If I were a man, I would smoke." "Perhaps you do?" "I do not. When I begin that, if you please, I shall bob my hair." "Which would be a crime," he replied so earnestly that again he was surprised at himself. 2 or 3 ladies, with their escorts, were in the parlor when they entered. The huge main room, covering a third of the aft deck, was blue with smoke. A score of men were playing cards at round tables. Twice as many were gathered in groups, talking, while others walked aimlessly up and down the carpeted floor. Here and there were men who sat alone. A few were asleep, which made Alan look at his watch. Then he observed Mary Standish studying the innumerable bundles of neatly rolled blankets that lay about. One of them was at her feet. She touched it with her toe. "What do they mean?" she asked. "We are overloaded," he explained. "Alaskan steamships have no steerage passengers as we generally know them. It isn't poverty that rides steerage when you go north. You can always find a millionaire or two on the lower deck. When they get sleepy, most of the men you see in there will unroll blankets and sleep on the floor. Did you ever see an earl?" He felt it his duty to make explanations now that he had brought her in, and directed her attention to the third table on their left. 3 men were seated at this table. "The man facing us, the one with a flabby face and pale mustache, is an earl. I forget his name," he said. "He doesn't look it, but he is a real sport. He is going up to shoot Kadiak bears, and sleeps on the floor. The group beyond them, at the 5th table, are Treadwell mining men, and that fellow you see slouched against the wall, half asleep, with whiskers nearly to his waist, is Stampede Smith, an old-time partner of George Carmack, who discovered gold on Bonanza Creek in '96. The thud of Carmack's spade, as it hit first pay, was the sound heard round the world, Miss Standish. And the gentleman with crumpled whiskers was the second best man at Bonanza, excepting Skookum Jim and Taglish Charlie, 2 Siwa Indians who were with Carmack when the strike was made. Also, if you care for the romantic, he was in love with Belinda Mulrooney, the most courageous woman who ever came into the North." "Why was she courageous?" "Because she came alone into a man's land, without a soul to fight for her, determined to make a fortune along with the others. And she did. As long as there is a Dawson sourdough alive, he will remember Belinda Mulrooney." "She proved what a woman could do, Mr. Holt?" "Yes, and a little later she proved how foolish a woman can be, Miss Standish. She became the richest woman in Dawson. Then came a man who posed as a count. Belinda married him, and they went to Paris. Finis, I think. Now, if she had married Stampede Smith over there, with his big whiskers—" He did not finish. Half a dozen paces from them a man had risen from a table and was facing them. There was nothing unusual about him, except his boldness as he looked at Mary Standish. It was as if he knew her and was deliberately insulting her in a stare that was more than impudent in its directness. Then a sudden twist came to his lips. He shrugged his shoulders slightly and turned away. Alan glanced swiftly at his companion. Her lips were compressed, and her cheeks were flaming hotly. Even then, as his own blood boiled, he could not but observe how beautiful anger made her. "If you'll pardon me a moment," he said quietly, "I shall demand an explanation." Her hand linked itself quickly through his arm. "Please don't," she entreated. "It is kind of you, and you are just the sort of man I should expect to resent a thing like that. But it would be absurd to notice it. Don't you think so?" In spite of her effort to speak calmly, there was a tremble in her voice, and Alan was puzzled at the quickness with which the color went from her face, leaving it strangely white. "I am at your service," he replied with a rather cold inclination of his head. "But if you were my sister, Miss Standish, I would not allow anything like that to go unchallenged." He watched the stranger until he disappeared through a door out upon the deck. "One of John Graham's men," he said. "A fellow named Rossland, going up to get a final grip on the salmon fishing, I understand. They'll choke the life out of it in another 2 years. Funny what this filthy stuff we call money can do, isn't it? 2 winters ago I saw whole Indian villages starving, and women and little children dying by the score because of this John Graham's money. Overfishing did it, you understand. If you could have seen some of those poor little devils, just skin and bones, crying for a rag to eat." Her hand clutched at his arm. "How could John Graham do that?" she whispered. He laughed unpleasantly. "When you have been a year in Alaska, you won't ask that question, Miss Standish. How? Why, simply by glutting his canneries and taking from the streams the food supply which the natives have depended upon for generations. In other words, the money he handles represents the fish trust and many other things. Please don't misunderstand me. Alaska needs capital for its development. Without it, we will not only cease to progress, we will die. No territory on the face of the earth offers greater opportunities for capital than Alaska does today. 10,000 fortunes are waiting to be made here by men who have money to invest. But John Graham does not represent the type we want. He is a despoiler, one of those whose only desire is to turn original resource into dollars as fast as he can, even though those operations make both land and water barren. You must remember, until recently, the government of Alaska, as manipulated by Washington politicians, was little better than that against which the American colonies rebelled in 1776. A hard thing for one to say about the country he loves, isn't it? And John Graham stands for the worst, he and the money which guarantees his power. As a matter of fact, big and legitimate capital is fighting shy of Alaska. Conditions are such, thanks to red tapeism and bad politics, that capital, big and little, looks askance at Alaska and cannot be interested. Think of it, Miss Standish. There are 38 separate bureaus at Washington operating on Alaska, 5,000 miles away. Is it a wonder the patient is sick? And is it a wonder that a man like John Graham, dishonest and corrupt to the soul, has a fertile field to work in? But we are progressing. We are slowly coming out from under the shadow which has so long clouded Alaska's interests. There is now a growing concentration of authority and responsibility. Both the Department of the Interior and the Department of Agriculture now realize that Alaska is a mighty empire in itself, and with their help we are bound to go ahead in spite of all our handicaps. It is men like John Graham I fear. Some day— Suddenly he caught himself. There, I'm talking politics, and I should entertain you with pleasanter and more interesting things, he apologized. Shall we go to the lower decks? Or the open air, she suggested. I am afraid this smoke is upsetting me. He could feel the change in her, and did not attribute it entirely to the thickness of the air. Rosalind's inexplicable rudeness had disturbed her more deeply than she had admitted, he believed. "There are a number of Thlinkit Indians and a tame bear down in what we should ordinarily call the steerage. Would you like to see them?" he asked, when they were outside. "The Thlinkit girls are the prettiest Indian women in the world, and there are two among those below who are, well, unusually good-looking, the captain says." "And he has already made me acquainted with them," she laughed softly. "Kolo and Hada are the girls. They are sweet, and I love them. I had breakfast with them this morning long before you were awake." "The deuce you say! And that is why you were not at table? And the morning before—" "You noticed my absence?" she asked demurely. "It was difficult for me not to see an empty chair. On second thought, I think the young engineer called my attention to it by wondering if you were ill." "Oh!" "He is very much interested in you, Miss Standish. It amuses me to see him torture the corners of his eyes to look at you. I have thought it would be only charity and goodwill to change seats with him." "In which event, of course, your eyes would not suffer." "Probably not." "Have they ever suffered?" "I think not." "When looking at the Thlinkit girls, for instance?" "I haven't seen them." She gave her shoulders a little shrug. "Ordinarily I would think you most uninteresting, Mr. Holt. As it is, I think you unusual, and I rather like you for it. Would you mind taking me to my cabin? It is number 16 on this deck." She walked with her fingers touching his arm again. "What is your room?" she asked. 27, Miss Standish." "This deck?" "Yes." Not until she had said good night, quietly and without offering him her hand, did the intimacy of her last questions strike him. He grunted and lighted a fresh cigar. A number of things occurred to him all at once, as he slowly made a final round or two of the deck. Then he went to his cabin and looked over papers which were going ashore at Juneau. These were memoranda giving an account of his appearance with Carl Loman before the Ways and Means Committee at Washington. It was nearly midnight when he had finished. He wondered if Mary Standish was asleep. He was a little irritated and slightly amused by the recurring insistency with which his mind turned to her. She was a clever girl, he admitted. He had asked her nothing about herself, and she had told him nothing, while he had been quite garrulous. He was a little ashamed when he recalled how he had unburdened his mind to a girl who could not possibly be interested in the political affairs of John Graham and Alaska. Well, it was not entirely his fault. She had fairly catapulted herself upon him, and he had been decent under the circumstances, he thought. He put out his light and stood with his face at the open porthole. Only the soft throbbing of the vessel, as she made her way slowly through the last of the Narrows into Frederick Sound, came to his ears. The ship, at last, was asleep. The moon was straight overhead, no longer silhouetting the mountains, and beyond its misty rim of light the world was dark. Out of this darkness, rising like a deeper shadow, Alan could make out faintly the huge mass of Kupreanof Island, and he wondered, knowing the perils of the Narrows, in places scarcely wider than the length of the ship, why Captain Rifle had chosen this course instead of going around by Cape Decision. He could feel that the land was more distant now, but the Nome was still pushing ahead under Slow Bell, and he could smell the fresh odor of kelp, and breathe deeply of the scent of forests that came from both east and west. Suddenly his ears became attentive to slowly approaching footsteps. They seemed to hesitate and then advanced. He heard a subdued voice, a man's voice, and in answer to it a woman's. Instinctively he drew a step back and stood unseen in the gloom. There was no longer a sound of voices. In silence they walked past his window, clearly revealed to him in the moonlight. One of the two was Mary Standish. The man was Rossland, who had stared at her so boldly in the smoking room. Amazement gripped Alan. He switched on his light and made his final arrangements for bed. He had no inclination to spy upon either Mary Standish or Graham's agent, but he possessed an inborn hatred of fraud and humbug, and what he had seen convinced him that Mary Standish knew more about Rosalind than she had allowed him to believe. She had not lied to him. She had said nothing at all, except to restrain him from demanding an apology. Evidently, she had taken advantage of him, but beyond that fact her affairs had nothing to do with his own business in life. Possibly she and Rosalind had quarreled, and now they were making up. Quite probable, he thought. Silly of him to think over the matter at all. So he put out his light again and went to bed. But he had had no great desire to sleep. It was pleasant to lie there, flat on his back, with the soothing movement of the ship under him, listening to the musical thrum of it. And it was pleasant to think of the fact that he was going home. How infernally long those 7 months had been, down in the States. And how he had missed everyone he had ever known, even his enemies. He closed his eyes and visualized the home that was still thousands of miles away, the endless tundras, the blue and purple foothills of the Endicott Mountains, and Allen's Range at the beginning of them. Spring was breaking up there, and it was warm on the tundras and the southern slopes, and the pussy willow buds were popping out of their coats like corn from a hopper. He prayed God the months had been kind to his people, the people of the range. It was a long time to be away from them when one loved them as he did. He was sure that Tautuk and Amuktulik, his 2 chief herdsmen, would care for things as well as himself. But much could happen in 7 months. Nawadlook, the little beauty of his distant kingdom, was not looking well when he left. He was worried about her. The pneumonia of the previous winters had left its mark. And Keok, her rival in prettiness. He smiled in the darkness, wondering how Tautuk's sometimes hopeless love affair had progressed. For Keok was a little heartbreaker and had long reveled in Tautuk's sufferings. An archangel of iniquity, Alan thought as he grinned, but worth any man's risk of life, if he had but a drop of brown blood in him. As for his herds, they had undoubtedly fared well. 10,000 head was something to be proud of. Suddenly he drew in his breath and listened. Someone was at his door and had paused there. Twice he had heard footsteps outside, but each time they had passed. He sat up, and the springs of his berth made a sound under him. He heard movement then, a swift, running movement, and he switched on his light. A moment later he opened the door. No one was there. The long corridor was empty. And then, a distance away, he heard the soft opening and closing of another door. It was then that his eyes saw a white, crumpled object on the floor. He picked it up and re-entered his room. It was a woman's handkerchief, and he had seen it before. He had admired the pretty laciness of it that evening in the smoking room. Rather curious, he thought, that he should now find it at his door. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 4 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Roger Moline. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 4. For a few minutes after finding the handkerchief at his door, Alan experienced a feeling of mingled curiosity and disappointment. Also a certain resentment. The suspicion that he was becoming involved in spite of himself was not altogether pleasant. The evening, up to a certain point, had been fairly entertaining. It was true he might have passed a pleasanter hour recalling old times with Stampede Smith, or discussing Kadiak bears with the English Earl, or striking up an acquaintance with the unknown graybeard who had voiced an opinion about John Graham. But he was not regretting lost hours, nor was he holding Mary Standish accountable for them. It was, last of all, the handkerchief that momentarily upset him. Why had she dropped it at his door? It was not a dangerous-looking affair, to be sure, with its filmy lace edging and ridiculous diminutiveness. As the question came to him, he was wondering how even as dainty a nose as that possessed by Mary Standish could be much comforted by it. But it was pretty. And like Mary Standish, there was something exquisitely quiet and perfect about it, like the simplicity of her hair. He was not analyzing the matter. It was a thought that came to him almost unconsciously, as he tossed the annoying bit of fabric on the little table at the head of his berth. Undoubtedly the dropping of it had been entirely unpremeditated and accidental. At least he told himself so. And he also assured himself, with an involuntary shrug of his shoulders, that any woman or girl had the right to pass his door if she so desired, and that he was an idiot for thinking otherwise. The argument was only slightly adequate. But Alan was not interested in mysteries, especially when they had to do with woman, and such an absurdly inconsequential thing as a handkerchief. A second time he went to bed. He fell asleep thinking about Keokuk and Nawadlook and the people of his range. From somewhere he had been given the priceless heritage of dreaming pleasantly, and Keokuk was very real, with her swift smile and mischievous face, and Nawadlook's big, soft eyes were brighter than when he had gone away. He saw Tautuk, gloomy as usual over the heartlessness of Keokuk. He was beating a tom-tom that gave out the peculiar sound of bells, and to this Amuk was dancing the bear dance, while Keokuk clapped her hands in exaggerated admiration. Even in his dreams Alan chuckled. He knew what was happening, and that out of the corners of her laughing eyes Keokuk was enjoying Tautuk's jealousy. Tautuk was so stupid he would never understand. That was the funny part of it. And he beat his drums savagely, scowling so that he almost shut his eyes while Keokuk laughed outright. It was then that Alan opened his eyes and heard the last of the ship's bells. It was still dark. He turned on the light and looked at his watch. Tautuk's drum had tolled 8 bells aboard the ship, and it was 4 o'clock in the morning. Through the open port came the smell of sea and land, and with it a chill air which Alan drank in deeply as he stretched himself for a few minutes after awakening. The tang of it was like wine in his blood, and he got up quietly and dressed while he smoked the stub end of a cigar he had laid aside at midnight. Not until he had finished dressing did he notice the handkerchief on the table. If its presence had suggested a significance a few hours before, he no longer disturbed himself by thinking about it. A bit of carelessness on the girl's part, that was all. He would return it. Mechanically he put the crumpled bit of cambric in his coat pocket before going on deck. He had guessed that he would be alone. The promenade was deserted. Through the ghost-white mist of morning he saw the rows of empty chairs and lights burning dully in the wheelhouse. Asian monsoon and the drifting warmth of the Japan current had brought an early spring to the Alexander archipelago, and May had stolen much of the flowering softness of June. But the dawns of these days were chilly and gray. Mists and fogs settled in the valleys, and like thin smoke rolled down the sides of the mountains to the sea, so that a ship traveling the inner waters felt its way like a child creeping in darkness. Alan loved this idiosyncrasy of the Alaskan coast. The phantom mystery of it was stimulating, and in the peril of it was a challenging lure. He could feel the care with which the Nome was picking her way northward. Her engines were thrumming softly, and her movement was a slow and cautious glide, cat-like and slightly trembling, as if every pound of steel in her were a living nerve widely alert. He knew Captain Rifle would not be asleep, and that straining eyes were peering into the white gloom from the wheelhouse. Somewhere west of them, hazardously near, must lie the rocks of Admiralty Island. Eastward were the still more pitiless glacial sandstones and granites of the coast, with that deadly finger of sea-washed reef between, along the lip of which they must creep to Juneau. And Juneau could not be far ahead. He leaned over the rail, puffing at the stub of his cigar. He was eager for his work. Juneau, Skagway, and Cordova meant nothing to him, except that they were Alaska. He yearned for the still farther north, the wide tundras, and the mighty achievement that lay ahead of him there. His blood sang to the surety of it now, and for that reason he was not sorry he had spent 7 months of loneliness in the States. He had proved with his own eyes that the day was near when Alaska would come into her own. Gold. He laughed. Gold had its lure, its romance, its thrill, but what was all the gold the mountains might possess compared with this greater thing he was helping to build? It seemed to him the people he had met in the South had thought only of gold when they learned he was from Alaska. Always gold, that first, and then ice, snow, endless nights, desolate barrens, and craggy mountains frowning everlastingly upon a blasted land in which men fought against odds and only the fittest survive. It was gold that had been Alaska's doom. When people thought of it, they visioned nothing beyond the old stampede days, the Chilkoot, Whitehorse, Dawson, and Circle City. Romance and glamour and the tragedies of dead men clung to their ribs. But they were beginning to believe now. Their eyes were opening. Even the government was waking up, after proving there was something besides graft and railroad building north of Mount St. Elias. Senators and congressmen at Washington had listened to him seriously, and especially to Carl Loman. And the beef barons, wisest of all, had tried to buy him off and had offered a fortune for Loman's 40,000 head of reindeer in the Seward Peninsula. That was proof of the awakening. Absolute proof. He lighted a fresh cigar, and his mind shot through the dissolving mist into the vast land ahead of him. Some Alaskans had cursed Theodore Roosevelt for putting what they called the conservation shackles on their country. But he, for one, did not. Roosevelt's far-sightedness had kept the body snatchers at bay, and because he had foreseen what money power and greed would do, Alaska was not entirely stripped today, but lay ready to serve with all her mighty resources the mother who had neglected her for a generation. But it was going to be a struggle, this opening up of a great land. It must be done resourcefully and with intelligence. Once the bars were down, Roosevelt's shadow hand could not hold back such desecrating forces as John Graham and the syndicate he represented. Thought of Graham was an unpleasant reminder, and his face grew hard in the sea mist. Alaskans themselves must fight against the licensed plunderers. And it would be a hard fight. He had seen the pillaging work of these financial brigands in a dozen states during the past winter, states raped of their forests, their lakes and streams, robbed and polluted, their resources hewn down to naked skeletons. He had been horrified and a little frightened when he looked over the desolation of Michigan, once the richest timber state in America. What if the government at Washington made it possible for such a thing to happen in Alaska? Politics and money were already fighting for just that thing. He no longer heard the throb of the ship under his feet. It was his fight, and brain and muscle reacted to it almost as if it had been a physical thing. And his end of that fight he was determined to win, if it took every year of his life. He, with a few others, would prove to the world that the millions of acres of treeless tundras of the north were not the cast-off ends of the earth. They would populate them, and the so-called barrens would thunder to the innumerable hoofs of reindeer herds as the American plains had never thundered to the beat of cattle. He was not thinking of the treasure he would find at the end of this rainbow of success which he visioned. Money, simply as money, he hated. It was the achievement of the thing that gripped him, the passion to hew a trail through which his beloved land might come into its own, and the desire to see it achieve a final triumph by feeding a half of that America which had laughed at it and kicked it when it was down. The tolling of the ship's bell roused him from the subconscious struggle into which he had allowed himself to be drawn. Ordinarily, he had no sympathy with himself when he fell into one of these mental spasms, as he called them. Without knowing it, he was a little proud of a certain dispassionate tolerance which he possessed, a philosophical mastery of his emotions which at times was almost cold-blooded, and which made some people think he was a thing of stone instead of flesh and blood. His thrills he kept to himself, and a mildly disturbing sensation passed through him now when he found that unconsciously his fingers had twined themselves about the little handkerchief in his pocket. He drew it out and made a sudden movement as if to toss it overboard. Then, with a grunt expressive of the absurdity of the thing, he replaced it in his pocket and began to walk slowly toward the bow of the ship. He wondered, as he noted the lifting of the fog, what he would have been had he possessed a sister like Mary Standish, or any family at all for that matter, even an uncle or two who might have been interested in him. He remembered his father vividly, his mother a little less so, because his mother had died when he was 6 and his father when he was 20. It was his father who stood out above everything else, like the mountains he loved. The father would remain with him always, inspiring him, urging him, encouraging him to live like a gentleman, fight like a man, and die at last unafraid. In that fashion the older Alan Holt had lived and died. But his mother, her face and voice scarcely remembered in the passing of many years, was more a hallowed memory to him than a thing of flesh and blood. And there had been no sisters or brothers. Often he had regretted this lack of brotherhood. But a sister, he grunted his disapprobation of the thought, a sister would have meant enchainment to civilization. Cities, probably. Even the States. And slavery to a life he detested. He appreciated the immensity of his freedom. A Mary Standish, even though she were his sister, would be a catastrophe. He could not conceive of her or any other woman like her, living with Keok and Nawadlook and the rest of his people in the heart of the tundras. And the tundras would always be his home, because his heart was there. He had passed round the wheelhouse and came suddenly upon an odd figure crumpled in a chair. It was Stampede Smith. In the clearer light that came with the disillusion of the sea mist, Alan saw that he was not asleep. He paused, unseen by the other. Stampede stretched himself, groaned, and stood up. He was a little man, and his fiercely bristling red whiskers, wet with dew, were luxuriant enough for a giant. His head of tawny hair, bristling like his whiskers, added to the piratical effect of him above the neck, but below that part of his anatomy there was little to strike fear into the hearts of humanity. Some people smiled when they looked at him. Others, not knowing their man, laughed outright. Whiskers could be funny, and they were undoubtedly funny on Stampede Smith. But Alan neither smiled nor laughed, for in his heart was something very near to the missing love of brotherhood for this little man who had written his name across so many pages of Alaskan history. This morning, as Alan saw him, Stampede Smith was no longer the swiftest gunman between Whitehorse and Dawson City. He was a pathetic reminder of the old days when, single-handed, he had run down Soapy Smith and his gang, days when the going of Stampede Smith to new fields meant a stampede behind him, and when his name was mentioned in the same breath with those of George Carmack and Alex MacDonald and Jerome Chute, and 100 men like Curly Monroe and Joe Barrett set their compass by his. To Alan there was a tragedy in this aloneness as he stood in the gray of the morning. 20 times a millionaire, he knew that Stampede Smith was broke again. "Good morning," he said so unexpectedly that the little man jerked himself round like the lash of a whip, a trick of the old gun days. "Why so much loneliness, Stampede?" Stampede grinned wryly. He had humorous blue eyes, buried like an Airedale's under brows which bristled even more fiercely than his whiskers. "I'm thinking," said he, "what a fool thing is money. Good morning, Alan." He nodded and chuckled, and continued to chuckle in the face of the lifting fog, and Alan saw the old humor which had always been Stampede's last asset when in trouble. He drew nearer and stood beside him, so that their shoulders touched as they leaned over the rail. "Alan," said Stampede, "it ain't often I have a big thought, but I've been having one all night. Ain't forgot Bonanza, have you?" Alan shook his head. "As long as there is an Alaska, we won't forget Bonanza, Stampede." "I took $1 million out of it, next to Carmack's discovery, and went busted afterward, didn't I?" Alan nodded without speaking. "But that wasn't a circumstance to Gold Run Creek over the divide," Stampede continued ruminatively. "Ain't forgot old Alec MacDonald, the Scotchman, have you, Alan? In the wash of '98 we took up 70 sacks to bring our gold back in, and we lacked 30 of doing the job. $900,000 in a single clean-up, and that was only the beginning. Well, I went busted again, and old Alec went busted later on, but he had a pretty wife left, a girl from Seattle. I had to grub stake." He was silent a moment, caressing his damp whiskers, as he noted the first rose flush of the sun breaking through the mist between them and the unseen mountain tops. "5 times after that I made strikes and went busted," he said a little proudly, "and I'm busted again." "I know it," sympathized Alan. "They took every cent away from me down in Seattle and Frisco," chuckled Stampede, rubbing his hands together cheerfully, "and then bought me a ticket to Nome. Mighty fine of them, don't you think? Couldn't have been more decent. I knew that fellow Kopf had a heart. That's why I trusted him with my money. It wasn't his fault he lost it." "Of course not," agreed Alan. "And I'm sort of sorry I shot him up for it. I am, for a fact." "You killed him?" "Not quite. I clipped one ear off as a reminder down in Chink Holleran's place. Mighty sorry. Didn't think then how decent it was of him to buy me a ticket to Nome. I just let go in the heat of the moment. He did me a favor in cleaning me, Alan. He did, so help me. You don't realize how free and easy and beautiful everything is until you're busted." Smiling, his odd face almost boyish behind its ambush of hair, he saw the grim look in Alan's eyes and about his jaws. He caught hold of the other's arm and shook it. "Alan, I mean it," he declared. "That's why I think money is a fool thing. It ain't spending money that makes me happy. It's finding it. The gold in the mountains. That makes the blood run fast through my gizzard. After I've found it, I can't find any use for it in particular. I want to go broke. If I didn't, I'd get lazy and fat, and some newfangled doctor would operate on me, and I'd die. They're doing a lot of that operating down in Frisco, Alan. One day I had a pain, and they wanted to cut out something from inside me. Think what can happen to a man when he's got money." "You mean all that, Stampede?" "On my life I do. I'm just aching for the open skies, Alan. The mountains. And the yellow stuff that's going to be my playmate till I die. Somebody'll grub stake me in Nome." "They won't," said Alan suddenly. "Not if I can help it. Stampede, I want you. I want you with me up under the Endicott Mountains. I've got 10,000 reindeer up there. It's no man's land, and we can do as we please in it. I'm not after gold. I want another sort of thing. But I've fancied the Endicott ranges are full of that yellow playmate of yours. It's a new country. You've never seen it. God only knows what you may find. Will you come?" The humorous twinkle had gone out of Stampede's eyes. He was staring at Alan. "Will I come? Alan, will a cub nurse its mother? Try me. Ask me. Say it all over again." The two men gripped hands. Smiling, Alan nodded to the east. The last of the fog was clearing swiftly. The tips of the cragged Alaskan ranges rose up against the blue of a cloudless sky, and the morning sun was flashing in rose and gold at their snowy peaks. Stampede also nodded. Speech was unnecessary. They both understood, and the thrill of the life they loved passed from one to the other in the grip of their hands. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Roger Moline. Chapter 5 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Roger Moline. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 5. Breakfast hour was half over when Alan went into the dining room. There were only 2 empty chairs at his table. One was his own. The other belonged to Mary Standish. There was something almost aggressively suggestive in their simultaneous vacancy, it struck him at first. He nodded as he sat down, a flash of amusement in his eyes when he observed the look in the young engineer's face. It was both envious and accusing, and yet Alan was sure the young man was unconscious of betraying an emotion. The fact lent to the eating of his grapefruit an accompaniment of pleasing and amusing thought. He recalled the young man's name. It was Tucker. He was a clean-faced, athletic, likable-looking chap. And an idiot would have guessed the truth, Alan told himself. The young engineer was more than casually interested in Mary Standish. He was in love. It was not a discovery which Alan made. It was a decision, and as soon as possible he would remedy the unfortunate omission of a general introduction at their table by bringing the two together. Such an introduction would undoubtedly relieve him of a certain responsibility which had persisted in attaching itself to him. So he tried to think. But in spite of his resolution, he could not get the empty chair opposite him out of his mind. It refused to be obliterated, and when other chairs became vacant as their owners left the table, this one straight across from him continued to thrust itself upon him. Until this morning it had been like other empty chairs. Now it was persistently annoying, inasmuch as he had no desire to be so constantly reminded of last night and the 12 o'clock tryst of Mary Standish with Graham's agent, Rossland. He was the last at the table. Tucker, remaining until his final hope of seeing Mary Standish was gone, rose with 2 others. The first 2 had made their exit through the door leading from the dining salon when the young engineer paused. Alan, watching him, saw a sudden change in his face. In a moment it was explained. Mary Standish came in. She passed Tucker without appearing to notice him, and gave Alan a cool little nod as she seated herself at the table. She was very pale. He could see nothing of the flush of color that had been in her cheeks last night. As she bowed her head a little, arranging her dress, a pool of sunlight played in her hair, and Alan was staring at it when she raised her eyes. They were coolly beautiful, very direct, and without embarrassment. Something inside him challenged their loveliness. It seemed inconceivable that such eyes could play a part in fraud and deception, yet he was in possession of quite conclusive proof of it. If they had lowered themselves an instant, if they had in any way betrayed a shadow of regret, he would have found an apology. Instead of that, his fingers touched the handkerchief in his pocket. "Did you sleep well, Miss Standish?" he asked politely. "Not at all," she replied, so frankly that his conviction was a bit unsettled. "I tried to powder away the dark rings under my eyes, but I am afraid I have failed. Is that why you ask?" He was holding the handkerchief in his hand. "This is the first morning I have seen you at breakfast. I accepted it for granted you must have slept well. Is this yours, Miss Standish?" He watched her face as she took the crumpled bit of cambric from his fingers. In a moment she was smiling. The smile was not forced. It was the quick response to a feminine instinct of pleasure, and he was disappointed not to catch in her face a betrayal of embarrassment. "It is my handkerchief, Mr. Holt. Where did you find it?" "In front of my cabin door, a little after midnight." He was almost brutal in the definitiveness of detail. He expected some kind of result, but there was none, except that the smile remained on her lips a moment longer, and there was a laughing flash back in the clear depths of her eyes. Her level glance was as innocent as a child's, and as he looked at her, he thought of a child, a most beautiful child, and so utterly did he feel the discomfiture of his mental analysis of her that he rose to his feet with a frigid bow. "I thank you, Mr. Holt," she said. "You can imagine my sense of obligation when I tell you I have only 3 handkerchiefs aboard the ship with me, and this is my favorite." She busied herself with the breakfast card, and as Alan left, he heard her give the waiter an order for fruit and cereal. His blood was hot, but the flush of it did not show in his face. He felt the uncomfortable sensation of her eyes following him as he stalked through the door. He did not look back. Something was wrong with him, and he knew it. This chit of a girl, with her smooth hair and clear eyes, had thrown a grain of dust into the satisfactory mechanism of his normal self, and the grind of it was upsetting certain specific formulae which made up his life. He was a fool. He lighted a cigar and called himself names. Someone brushed against him, jarring the hand that held the burning match. He looked up. It was Rossland. The man had a mere twist of a smile on his lips. In his eyes was a coolly appraising look as he nodded. "Beg pardon." The words were condescending, carelessly flung at him over Rossland's shoulder. He might as well have said, "I'm sorry, boy, but you must keep out of my way." Alan smiled back and returned the nod. Once, in a spirit of sauciness, Keok had told him his eyes were like purring cats when he was in a humor to kill. They were like that now, as they flashed their smile at Rossland. The sneering twist left Rossland's lips as he entered the dining room. A rather obvious prearrangement between Mary Standish and John Graham's agent, Alan thought. There were not half a dozen people left at the tables, and the scheme was that Rossland should be served tête-à-tête with Miss Standish, of course. That, apparently, was why she had greeted him with such cool civility. Her anxiety for him to leave the table before Rossland appeared upon the scene was evident, now that he understood the situation. He puffed at his cigar. Rossland's interference had spoiled a perfect lighting of it, and he struck another match. This time he was successful, and he was about to extinguish the burning end when he hesitated and held it until the fire touched his flesh. Mary Standish was coming through the door. Amazed by the suddenness of her appearance, he made no movement except to drop the match. Her eyes were flaming, and 2 vivid spots burned in her cheeks. She saw him and gave the slightest inclination to her head as she passed. When she had gone, he could not resist looking into the salon. As he expected, Rossland was seated in a chair next to the one she had occupied, and was calmly engaged in looking over the breakfast card. All this was rather interesting, Alan conceded, if one liked puzzles. Personally, he had no desire to become an answerer of conundrums, and he was a little ashamed of the curiosity that had urged him to look in upon Rossland. At the same time, he was mildly elated at the freezing reception which Miss Standish had evidently given to the dislikable individual who had jostled him in passing. He went on deck. The sun was pouring in an iridescent splendor over the snowy peaks of the mountains, and it seemed as if he could almost reach out his arms and touch them. The Nome appeared to be drifting in the heart of a paradise of mountains. Eastward, very near, was the mainland. So close, on the other hand, that he could hear the shout of a man, was Douglas Island. And ahead, reaching out like a silver-blue ribbon, was Gastineau Channel. The mining towns of Treadwell and Douglas were in sight. Someone nudged him, and he found Stampede Smith at his side. "That's Bill Treadwell's place," he said. "Once the richest gold mines in Alaska. They're flooded now. I knew Bill when he was worrying about the price of a pair of boots. Had to buy a second-hand pair and patched 'em himself. Then he struck it lucky, got $400 somewhere, and bought some claims over there from a man named French Pete. They called it Glory Hole. And there was a time when there were 900 stamps at work. Take a look, Alan. It's worth it." Somehow Stampede's voice and information lacked appeal. The decks were crowded with passengers as the ship picked her way into Juneau, and Alan wandered among them with a gathering sense of disillusionment pressing upon him. He knew that he was looking with more than casual interest for Mary Standish, and he was glad when Stampede bumped into an old acquaintance and permitted him to be alone. He was not pleased with the discovery, and yet he was compelled to acknowledge the truth of it. The grain of dust had become more than annoying. It did not wear away as he had supposed it would, but was becoming an obsessive factor in his thoughts, and the half-desire it built up in him, while aggravatingly persistent, was less disturbing than before. The little drama in the dining room had had its effect upon him in spite of himself. He liked fighters, and Mary Standish, intensely feminine in her quiet prettiness, had shown her mettle in those few moments when he had seen her flashing eyes and blazing cheeks after leaving Rossland. He began to look for Rossland, too. He was in a humor to meet him. Not until Juneau hung before him in all its picturesque beauty, literally terraced against the green sweep of Mount Juneau, did he go down to the lower deck. The few passengers ready to leave the ship gathered near the gangway with their luggage. Alan was about to pass them when he suddenly stopped. A short distance from him, where he could see every person who disembarked, stood Rossland. There was something grimly unpleasant in his attitude as he fumbled his watch fob and eyed the stair from above. His watchfulness sent an unexpected thrill through Alan. Like a shot, his mind jumped to a conclusion. He stepped to Rossland's side and touched his arm. "Watching for Miss Standish?" he asked. "I am." There was no evasion in Rossland's words. They possessed the hard and definite quality of one who had an incontestable authority behind him. "And if she goes ashore?" "I am going too. Is it any affair of yours, Mr. Holt? Has she asked you to discuss the matter with me? If so, no, Miss Standish hasn't done that. Then please attend to your own business. If you haven't enough to take up your time, I'll lend you some books. I have several in my cabin." Without waiting for an answer, Rossland coolly moved away. Alan did not follow. There was nothing for him to resent, nothing for him to imprecate but his own folly. Rossland's words were not an insult, they were truth. He had deliberately intruded in an affair which was undoubtedly of a highly private nature. Possibly it was a domestic tangle. He shuddered. A sense of humiliation swept over him, and he was glad that Rossland did not even look back at him. He tried to whistle as he climbed back to the main deck. Rossland, even though he detested the man, had set him right. And he would lend him books if he wanted to be amused. Egad, but the fellow had turned the trick nicely, and it was something to be remembered. He stiffened his shoulders and found old Donald Hardwick and Stampede Smith. He did not leave them until the Nome had landed her passengers and freight and was churning her way out of Gastineau Channel toward Skagway. Then he went to the smoking room and remained there until luncheon hour. Today Mary Standish was ahead of him at the table. She was seated with her back toward him as he entered, so she did not see him as he came up behind her, so near that his coat brushed her hair. He looked across at her and smiled as he seated himself. She returned the smile, but it seemed to him an apologetic little effort. She did not look well, and her presence at the table struck him as being a brave front to hide something from someone. Casually he looked over his left shoulder. Rosalind was there, in his seat at the opposite side of the room. Indirect as his glance had been, Alan saw the girl understood the significance of it. She bowed her head a little, and her long lashes shaded her eyes for a moment. He wondered why he always looked at her hair first. It had a peculiarly pleasing effect on him. He had been observant enough to know that she had rearranged it since breakfast, and the smooth coils twisted in mysterious intricacy at the crown of her head were like softly glowing velvet. The ridiculous thought came to him that he would like to see them tumbling down about her. They must be even more beautiful when freed from their bondage. The pallor of her face was unusual. Possibly it was the way the light fell upon her through the window. But when she looked across at him again, he caught for an instant the tiniest quiver about her mouth. He began telling her something about Skagway, quite carelessly, as if he had seen nothing which she might want to conceal. The light in her eyes changed, and it was almost a glow of gratitude he caught in them. He had broken a tension, relieved her of some unaccountable strain she was under. He noticed that her ordering of food was merely a pretense. She scarcely touched it, and yet he was sure no other person at the table had discovered the insincerity of her effort, not even Tucker, the enamored engineer. It was likely Tucker placed a delicate halo about her lack of appetite, accepting daintiness of that sort as an angelic virtue. Only Alan, sitting opposite her, guessed the truth. She was making a splendid effort, but he felt that every nerve in her body was at the breaking point. When she arose from her seat, he thrust back his own chair. At the same time he saw Rosalind get up and advance rather hurriedly from the opposite side of the room. The girl passed through the door first, Rosalind followed a dozen steps behind, and Alan came last, almost shoulder to shoulder with Tucker. It was amusing in a way, yet beyond the humor of it was something that drew a grim line about the corners of his mouth. At the foot of the luxuriously carpeted stair leading from the dining salon to the main deck, Miss Standish suddenly stopped and turned upon Rosalind. For only an instant her eyes were leveled at him. Then they flashed past him, and with a swift movement she came toward Alan. A flush had leaped into her cheeks, but there was no excitement in her voice when she spoke. Yet it was distinct, and clearly heard by Rosalind. "I understand we are approaching Skagway, Mr. Holt," she said. "Will you take me on deck and tell me about it?" Graham's agent had paused at the foot of the stair and was slowly preparing to light a cigarette. Recalling his humiliation of a few hours before at Juneau, when the other had very clearly proved him a meddler, words refused to form quickly on Alan's lips. Before he was ready with an answer, Mary Standish had confidently taken his arm. He could see the red flush deepening in her upturned face. She was amazingly unexpected, bewilderingly pretty, and as cool as ice, except for the softly glowing fire in her cheeks. He saw Rosalind staring with his cigarette half poised. It was instinctive for him to smile in the face of danger, and he smiled now, without speaking. The girl laughed softly. She gave his arm a gentle tug, and he found himself moving past Rosalind, amazed but obedient, her eyes looking at him in a way that sent a gentle thrill through him. At the head of the wide stair she whispered, with her lips close to his shoulder, "You are splendid. I thank you, Mr. Holt." Her words, along with the decisive relaxing of her hand upon his arm, were like a dash of cold water in his face. Rossland could no longer see them unless he had followed. The girl had played her part, and a second time he had accepted the role of a slow-witted fool. But the thought did not anger him. There was a remarkable element of humor about it for him, viewing himself in the matter, and Mary Standish heard him chuckling as they came out on deck. Her fingers tightened resentfully upon his arm. "It isn't funny," she reproved. "It is tragic to be bored by a man like that." He knew she was politely lying to anticipate the question he might ask, and he wondered what would happen if he embarrassed her by letting her know he had seen her alone with Rossland at midnight. He looked down at her, and she met his scrutiny unflinchingly. She even smiled at him, and her eyes, he thought, were the loveliest liars he had ever looked into. He felt the stir of an unusual sentiment, a sort of pride in her, and he made up his mind to say nothing about Rossland. He was still absurdly convinced that he had not the smallest interest in affairs which were not entirely his own. Mary Standish evidently believed he was blind, and he would make no effort to spoil her illusion. Such a course would undoubtedly be most satisfactory in the end. Even now she seemed to have forgotten the incident at the foot of the stair. A softer light was in her eyes when they came to the bow of the ship, and Alan fancied he heard a strange little cry on her lips as she looked about her upon the paradise of Taya Inlet. Straight ahead, like a lilac ribbon, ran the narrow waterway to Skagway's door, while on both sides rose high mountains, covered with green forests to the snowy crests that gleamed like white blankets near the clouds. In the melting season there came to them, above the slow throb of the ship's engines, the liquid music of innumerable cascades, and from a mountain that seemed to float almost directly over their heads fell a stream of water a sheer 1,000 feet to the sea, smoking and twisting in the sunshine like a living thing at play. And then a miracle happened, which even Alan wondered at, for the ship seemed to stand still, and the mountain to swing slowly, as if some unseen and mighty force were opening a guarded door, and green foothills with glistening white cottages floated into the picture, and Skagway, heart of romance, monument to brave men and thrilling deeds, drifted out slowly from its hiding place. Alan turned to speak, but what he saw in the girl's face held him silent. Her lips were parted, and she was staring as if an unexpected thing had risen before her eyes, something that bewildered her and even startled her. And then, as if speaking to herself and not to Alan Holt, she said in a tense whisper, "I have seen this place before. It was a long time ago. Maybe it was 100 years or 1,000, but I have been here. I have lived under that mountain with the waterfall creeping down it." A tremor ran through her, and she remembered Alan. She looked up at him, and he was puzzled. A weirdly beautiful mystery lay in her eyes. "I must go ashore here," she said. "I didn't know I would find it so soon. Please." With her hand touching his arm, she turned. He was looking at her and saw the strange light fade swiftly out of her eyes. Following her glance, he saw Rossland standing 6 paces behind them. In another moment Mary Standish was facing the sea, and again her hand was resting confidently in the crook of Alan's arm. "Did you ever feel like killing a man, Mr. Holt?" she asked with an icy little laugh. "Yes," he answered rather unexpectedly. "And some day, if the right opportunity comes, I am going to kill a certain man, the man who murdered my father." She gave a little gasp of horror. "Your father was murdered?" "Indirectly, yes. It wasn't done with knife or gun, Miss Standish. Money was the weapon. Somebody's money. And John Graham was the man who struck the blow. Some day, if there is justice, I shall kill him. And right now, if you will allow me to demand an explanation of this man Rossland—" "No!" Her hand tightened on his arm. Then, slowly, she drew it away. "I don't want you to ask an explanation of him," she said. "If he should make it, you would hate me. Tell me about Skagway, Mr. Holt. That will be pleasanter." End of Chapter 5. Recording by Roger Moline.
Chapter 6 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Joan Freeman. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 6. Not until early twilight came with the deep shadows of the western mountains, and the Nome was churning slowly back through the narrow water trails to the open Pacific, did the significance of that afternoon fully impress itself upon Alan. For hours he had surrendered himself to an impulse which he could not understand, and which in ordinary moments he would not have excused. He had taken Mary Standish ashore. For 2 hours she had walked at his side, asking him questions and listening to him as no other had ever questioned him or listened to him before. He had shown her Skagway. Between the mountains he pictured the wind-racked canyon where Skagway grew from one tent to hundreds in a day, from hundreds to thousands in a week. He visioned for her the old days of romance, adventure, and death. He told her of Soapy Smith and his gangs of outlaws, and side by side they stood over Soapy's sunken grave as the first somber shadows of the mountains grew upon them. But among it all, and through it all, she had asked him about himself, and he had responded. Until now he did not realize how much he had confided in her. It seemed to him that the very soul of this slim and beautiful girl who had walked at his side had urged him on to the indiscretion of personal confidence. He had seemed to feel her heart beating with his own as he described his beloved land under the Endicott Mountains, with its vast tundras, his herds, and his people. There, he had told her, a new world was in the making, and the glow in her eyes and the thrilling something in her voice had urged him on until he forgot that Rossland was waiting at the ship's gangway to see when they returned. He had built up for her his castles in the air, and the miracle of it was that she had helped him to build them. He had described for her the change that was creeping slowly over Alaska, the replacement of mountain trails by stage and automobile highways, the building of railroads, the growth of cities where tents had stood a few years before. It was then, when he had pictured progress and civilization and the breaking down of nature's last barriers before science and invention, that he had seen a cloud of doubt in her gray eyes. And now, as they stood on the deck of the Nome, looking at the white peaks of the mountains dissolving into the lavender mist of twilight, doubt and perplexity were still deeper in her eyes, and she said, "I would always love tents and old trails and nature's barriers. I envy Belinda Mulrooney, whom you told me about this afternoon. I hate cities and railroads and automobiles and all that goes with them, and I am sorry to see those things come to Alaska. And I, too, hate this man, John Graham." Her words startled him. "And I want you to tell me what he is doing with his money now." Her voice was cold, and one little hand, he noticed, was clenched at the edge of the rail. "He has stripped Alaskan waters of fish resources which will never be replaced, Miss Standish. But that is not all. I believe I state the case well within fact when I say he has killed many women and little children by robbing the inland waters of the food supplies upon which the natives have subsisted for centuries. I know. I have seen them die." It seemed to him that she swayed against him for an instant. "And that is all?" He laughed grimly. "Possibly some people would think it enough, Miss Standish, but the tentacles of his power are reaching everywhere in Alaska. His agents swarmed throughout the territory, and Soapy Smith was a gentleman outlaw compared with these men and their master. If men like John Graham are allowed to have their way, in 10 years greed and graft will despoil what 200 years of Rooseveltian conservation would not be able to replace. She raised her head, and in the dusk her pale face looked up at the ghost peaks of the mountains, still visible through the thickening gloom of evening. "I am glad you told me about Belinda Mulrooney," she said. "I'm beginning to understand, and it gives me courage to think of a woman like her. She could fight, couldn't she? She could make a man's fight?" "Yes, and did make it." "And she had no money to give her power? Her last dollar, you told me, she flung into the Yukon for luck." "Yes, at Dawson. It was the one thing between her and hunger." She raised her hand, and on it he saw gleaming faintly the single ring which she wore. Slowly she drew it from her finger. "Then this, too, for luck, the luck of Mary Standish," she laughed softly, and flung the ring into the sea. She faced him, as if expecting the necessity of defending what she had done. "It isn't melodrama," she said. "I mean it, and I believe in it. I want something of mine to lie at the bottom of the sea in this gateway to Skagway, just as Belinda Mulrooney wanted her dollar to rest forever at the bottom of the Yukon." She gave him the hand from which she had taken the ring, and for a moment the warm thrill of it lay in his own. "Thank you for the wonderful afternoon you have given me, Mr. Holt. I shall never forget it. It is dinner time. I must say good night." He followed her slim figure with his eyes until she disappeared. In returning to his cabin he almost bumped into Rossland. The incident was irritating. Neither of the men spoke or nodded, but Rossland met Alan's look squarely, his face rock-like in its repression of emotion. Alan's impression of the man was changing in spite of his prejudice. There was a growing something about him which commanded attention, a certainty of poise which could not be mistaken for sham. A scoundrel he might be, but a cool brain was at work inside his head, a brain not easily disturbed by unimportant things, he decided. He disliked the man. As an agent of John Graham, Alan looked upon him as an enemy, and as an acquaintance of Mary Standish he was as much of a mystery as the girl herself. And only now, in his cabin, was Alan beginning to sense the presence of a real authority behind Rossland's attitude. He was not curious. All his life he had lived too near the raw edge of practical things to dissipate in gossipy conjecture. He cared nothing about the relationship between Mary Standish and Rossland, except as it involved himself, and the situation had become a trifle too delicate to please him. He could see no sport in an adventure of the kind it suggested, and the possibility that he had been misjudged by both Rossland and Mary Standish sent a flush of anger into his cheeks. He cared nothing for Rossland, except that he would like to wipe him out of existence with all other Graham agents, and he persisted in the conviction that he thought of the girl only in a most casual sort of way. He had made no effort to discover her history. He had not questioned her. At no time had he intimated a desire to intrude upon her personal affairs, and at no time had she offered information about herself, or an explanation of the singular espionage which Rossland had presumed to take upon himself. He grimaced as he reflected how dangerously near that hazard he had been, and he admired her for the splendid judgment she had shown in the matter. She had saved him the possible alternative of apologizing to Rossland or throwing him overboard. There was a certain bellicose twist to his mind as he went down to the dining salon, an obstinate determination to hold himself aloof from any increasing intimacy with Mary Standish. No matter how pleasing his experience had been, he resented the idea of being commandeered at unexpected moments. Had Mary Standish read his thoughts, her bearing toward him during the dinner hour could not have been more satisfying. There was, in a way, something seductively provocative about it. She greeted him with the slightest inclination of her head, and a cool little smile. Her attitude did not invite spoken words, either from him or from his neighbors, yet no one would have accused her of deliberate reserve. Her demure unapproachableness was a growing revelation to him, and he found himself interested in spite of the new law of self-preservation that he had set down for himself. He could not keep his eyes from stealing glimpses at her hair when her head was bowed a little. She had smoothed it tonight until it was like softest velvet with rich glints in it, and the amazing thought came to him that it would be sweetly pleasant to touch with one's hand. The discovery was almost a shock. Keok and Nawadlook had beautiful hair, but he had never thought of it in this way, and he had never thought of Keok's pretty mouth as he was thinking of the girls opposite him. He shifted uneasily, and was glad Mary Standish did not look at him in these moments of mental unbalance. When he left the table, the girl scarcely noticed his going. It was as if she had used him and then calmly shuttled him out of the way. He tried to laugh as he hunted up Stampede Smith. He found him, half an hour later, feeding a captive bear on the lower deck. It was odd, he thought, that a captive bear should be going north. Stampede explained. The animal was a pet and belonged to the Thlinkit Indians. There were 7 getting off at Cordova. Alan observed that the 2 girls watched him closely and whispered together. They were very pretty, with large dark eyes and pink in their cheeks. One of the men did not look at him at all, but sat cross-legged on the deck with his face turned away. With Stampede he went to the smoking-room, and until a late hour they discussed the big range up under the Endicott Mountains, and Alan's plans for the future. Once, early in the evening, Alan went to his cabin to get maps and photographs. Stampede's eyes glistened as his mind seized upon the possibilities of the new adventure. It was a vast land, an unknown country, and Alan was its first pioneer. The old thrill ran in Stampede's blood, and its infectiousness caught Alan, so that he forgot Mary Standish and all else but the miles that lay between them and the mighty tundras beyond the Seward Peninsula. It was midnight when Alan went to his cabin. He was happy. Love of life swept in an irresistible surge through his body, and he breathed in deeply of the soft sea air that came in through his open port from the west. In Stampede Smith he had at last found the comradeship which he had missed, and the responsive note to the wild and half-savage desires always smouldering in his heart. He looked out at the stars and smiled up at them, and his soul was filled with an unspoken thankfulness that he was not born too late. Another generation, and there would be no last frontier. 25 years more, and the world would lie utterly in the shackles of science and invention, and what the human race called progress. So God had been good to him. He was helping to write the last page in that history which would go down through the eons of time, written in the red blood of men who had cut the first trails into the unknown. After him there would be no more frontiers, no more mysteries of unknown lands to solve, no more pioneering hazards to make. The earth would be tamed. And suddenly he thought of Mary Standish, and of what she had said to him in the dusk of evening. Strange that it had been her thought, too, that she would always love tents and old trails and nature's barriers, and hated to see cities and railroads and automobiles come to Alaska. He shrugged his shoulders. Probably she had guessed what was in his own mind, for she was clever, very clever. A tap at his door drew his eyes from the open watch in his hand. It was 12:15 o'clock, an unusual hour for someone to be tapping at his door. It was repeated, a bit hesitatingly, he thought. Then it came again, quick and decisive. Replacing his watch in his pocket, he opened the door. It was Mary Standish who stood facing him. He saw only her eyes at first, wide open, strange, frightened eyes. And then he saw the pallor of her face as she came slowly in, without waiting for him to speak or give her permission to enter. And it was Mary Standish herself who closed the door, while he stared at her in stupid wonderment, and stood there with her back against it, straight and slim and deathly pale. "May I come in?" she asked. "My God, you're in!" gasped Alan. "You're in!" End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Joan Freeman. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 7. That it was past midnight, and Mary Standish had deliberately come to his room, entering it and closing the door without a word or a nod of invitation from him, seemed incredible to Alan. After his first explosion of astonishment he stood mute, while the girl looked at him steadily, and her breath came a little quickly. But she was not excited. Even in his amazement he could see that. What he had thought was fright had gone out of her eyes, but he had never seen her so white, and never had she appeared quite so slim and childish-looking as while she stood there in these astounding moments with her back against the door. The pallor of her face accentuated the rich darkness of her hair. Even her lips were pale, but she was not embarrassed. Her eyes were clear and unafraid now, and in the poise of her head and body was a sureness of purpose that staggered him. A feeling of anger, almost of personal resentment, began to possess him as he waited for her to speak. This, at last, was the cost of his courtesies to her. The advantage she was taking of him was an indignity and an outrage, and his mind flashed to the suspicion that Rosalind was standing just outside the door. In another moment he would have brushed her aside and opened it, but her quiet face held him. The tenseness was fading out of it. He saw her lips tremble, and then a miracle happened. In her wide-open, beautiful eyes tears were gathering. Even then she did not lower her glance or bury her face in her hands, but looked at him bravely while the teardrops glistened like diamonds on her cheeks. He felt his heart give way. She read his thoughts, had guessed his suspicion, and he was wrong. You will have a seat, Miss Standish?" he asked lamely, inclining his head toward the cabin chair. "No. Please let me stand." She drew in a deep breath. "It is late, Mr. Holt?" "Rather an irregular hour for a visit such as this," he assured her. "Half an hour after midnight, to be exact. It must be very important business that has urged you to make such a hazard aboard ship, Miss Standish." For a moment she did not answer him, and he saw the little heart throb in her white throat. "Would Belinda Mulrooney have considered this a very great hazard, Mr. Holt? In a matter of life and death, do you not think she would have come to your cabin at midnight, even aboard ship? And it is that with me, a matter of life and death. Less than an hour ago I came to that decision. I could not wait until morning. I had to see you tonight." "And why me?" he asked. "Why not Rosalind or Captain Rifle or some other? Is it because—" He did not finish. He saw the shadow of something gather in her eyes, as if for an instant she had felt a stab of humiliation or of pain, but it was gone as quickly as it came, and very quietly, almost without emotion, she answered him. "I know how you feel. I have tried to place myself in your position. It is all very irregular, as you say, but I am not ashamed. I have come to you as I would want anyone to come to me under similar circumstances, if I were a man. If watching you, thinking about you, making up my mind about you is taking an advantage, then I have been unfair, Mr. Holt. But I am not sorry. I trust you. I know you will believe me good until I am proved bad. I have come to ask you to help me. Would you make it possible for another human being to avert a great tragedy if you found it in your power to do so?" He felt his sense of judgment wavering. Had he been coolly analyzing such a situation in the detached environment of the smoking-room, he would have called any man a fool who hesitated to open his cabin door and show his visitor out. But such a thought did not occur to him now. He was thinking of the handkerchief he had found the preceding midnight. Twice she had come to his cabin at a late hour. "It would be my inclination to make such a thing possible," he said, answering her question. "Tragedy is a nasty thing." She caught the hint of irony in his voice. If anything, it added to her calmness. He was to suffer no weeping entreaties, no feminine play of helplessness and beauty. Her pretty mouth was a little firmer and the tilt of her dainty chin a bit higher. "Of course I can't pay you," she said. "You are the sort of man who would resent an offer of payment for what I am about to ask you to do. But I must have help. If I don't have it, and quickly—" She shuddered slightly and tried to smile. "Something very unpleasant will happen, Mr. Holt," she finished. "If you will permit me to take you to Captain Rifle?" "No. Captain Rifle would question me. He would demand explanations. You will understand when I tell you what I want. And I will do that if I may have your word of honor to hold in confidence what I tell you, whether you help me or not. Will you give me that pledge?" "Yes, if such a pledge will relieve your mind, Miss Standish." He was almost brutally incurious. As he reached for a cigar he did not see the sudden movement she made, as if about to fly from his room, or the quicker throb that came in her throat. When he turned, a faint flush was gathering in her cheeks. "I want to leave the ship," she said. The simplicity of her desire held him silent. "And I must leave it tonight, or tomorrow night, before we reach Cordova." "Is that your problem?" he demanded, astonished. "No, I must leave it in such a way that the world will believe I am dead. I cannot reach Cordova alive." At last she struck home, and he stared at her, wondering if she were insane. Her quiet, beautiful eyes met his own with unflinching steadiness. His brain all at once was crowded with questioning, but no word of it came to his lips. "You can help me," he heard her saying in the same quiet, calm voice, softened so that one could not have heard it beyond the cabin door. "I haven't a plan, but I know you can arrange one, if you will. It must appear to be an accident. I must disappear, fall overboard, anything, just so the world will believe I am dead. It is necessary, and I cannot tell you why. I cannot. Oh, I cannot." A note of passion crept into her voice, but it was gone in an instant, leaving it cold and steady again. A second time she tried to smile. He could see courage and a bit of defiance shining in her eyes. "I know what you are thinking, Mr. Holt. You are asking yourself if I am mad, if I am a criminal, what my reason can be, and why I haven't gone to Rossland or Captain Rifle or someone else. And the only answer I can make is that I have come to you because you are the only man in the world, in this hour, that I have faith in. Some day you will understand, if you help me. If you do not care to help me—" She stopped, and he made a gesture. "Yes, and if I don't, what will happen then?" "I shall be forced to the inevitable," she said. "It is rather unusual, isn't it, to be asking for one's life? But that is what I mean." "I'm afraid I don't quite understand. Isn't it clear, Mr. Holt, I don't like to appear spectacular, and I don't want you to think of me as theatrical, even now. I hate that sort of thing. You must simply believe me when I tell you it is impossible for me to reach Cordova alive. If you do not help me to disappear, help me to live, and at the same time give all others the impression that I am dead, then I must do the other thing. I must really die." For a moment his eyes blazed angrily. He felt like taking her by the shoulders and shaking her, as he would have shaken the truth out of a child. "You come to me with a silly threat like that, Miss Standish? A threat of suicide?" "If you want to call it that, yes." "And you expect me to believe you?" "I had hoped you would." She had his nerves going. There was no doubt of that. He half believed her and half disbelieved. If she had cried, if she had made the smallest effort to work upon his sentiment, he would have disbelieved utterly. But he was not blind to the fact that she was making a brave fight, even though a lie was behind it, and with a consciousness of pride that bewildered him. She was not humiliating herself. Even when she saw the struggle going on within him, she made no effort to turn the balance in her favor. She had stated the facts as she claimed them to be. Now she waited. Her long lashes glistened a little, but her eyes were clear, and her hair glowed softly, so softly that he would never forget it as she stood there with her back against the door, nor the strange desire that came to him, even then, to touch it with his hand. He nipped off the end of his cigar and lighted a match. "It is Rossland," he said. "You're afraid of Rossland?" "In a way, yes. In a large way, no. I would laugh at Rossland if it were not for the other." The other! Why the deuce was she so provokingly ambiguous? And she had no intention of explaining. She simply waited for him to decide. "What other?" he demanded. "I cannot tell you. I don't want you to hate me, and you would hate me if I told you the truth." "Then you confess you are lying," he suggested brutally. Even this did not stir her as he had expected it might. It did not anger her or shame her. But she raised a pale hand and a little handkerchief to her eyes, and he turned toward the open port, puffing at his cigar, knowing she was fighting to keep the tears back. And she succeeded. "No, I am not lying. What I have told you is true. It is because I will not lie that I have not told you more. And I thank you for the time you have given me, Mr. Holt. That you have not driven me from your cabin is a kindness which I appreciate. I have made a mistake, that is all. I thought—" "How could I bring about what you ask?" he interrupted. "I don't know. You are a man. I believed you could plan a way. But I see now how foolish I have been. It is impossible." Her hand reached slowly for the knob of the door. "Yes, you are foolish," he agreed, and his voice was softer. "Don't let such thoughts overcome you, Miss Standish. Go back to your cabin and get a night's sleep. Don't let Rossland worry you. If you want me to settle with that man— Good night, Mr. Holt." She was opening the door, and as she went out she turned a little and looked at him, and now she was smiling, and there were tears in her eyes. "Good night." "Good night." The door closed behind her. He heard her retreating footsteps. In half a minute he would have called her back, but it was too late. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Hoos. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 8. For half an hour Alan sat smoking his cigar. Mentally he was not at ease. Mary Standish had come to him like a soldier, and she had left him like a soldier. But in that last glimpse of her face, he had caught for an instant something which she had not betrayed in his cabin. A stab of what he thought was pain in her tear-wet eyes as she smiled, a proud regret, possibly a shadow of humiliation at last. Or it may have been a pity for him. He was not sure. But it was not despair. Not once had she whimpered in look or word, even when the tears were in her eyes and the thought was beginning to impress itself upon him that it was he and not Mary Standish who had shown a yellow streak this night. A half shame fell upon him as he smoked, for it was clear that he had not come up to her judgment of him, or else he was not so big a fool as she had hoped he might be. In his own mind for a time he was at a loss to decide. It was possibly the first time he had ever deeply absorbed himself in the analysis of a woman. It was outside his business. But born and bred of the open country, it was as natural for him to recognize courage as it was for him to breathe. And the girl's courage was unusual now that he had time to think about it. It was this thought of her coolness and her calm refusal to impose her case upon him with greater warmth that comforted him after a little. A young and beautiful woman who was actually facing death would have urged her necessity with more enthusiasm, it seemed to him. Her threat, when he debated it intelligently, was merely thrown in, possibly on the spur of the moment, to give impetus to his decision. She had not meant it. The idea of a girl like Mary Standish committing suicide was stupendously impossible. Her quiet and wonderful eyes, her beauty, and the exquisite care which she gave to herself emphasized the absurdity of such a supposition. She had come to him bravely. There was no doubt of that. She had merely exaggerated the importance of her visit. Even after he had turned many things over in his mind to bolster up this conclusion, he was still not at ease. Against his will he recalled certain unpleasant things which had happened within his knowledge under sudden and unexpected stress of emotion. He tried to laugh the absurd stuff out of his thoughts, and to the end that he might add a new color to his visionings, he exchanged his half-burned cigar for a black-bowled pipe which he filled and lighted. Then he began walking back and forth in his cabin, like a big animal in a small cage, until at last he stood with his head half out of the open port, looking up at the clear stars, and setting the perfume of his tobacco adrift with the soft sea wind. He felt himself growing comforted. Reason seated itself within him again, with sentiment shuttled under his feet. If he had been a little harsh with Miss Standish tonight, he would make up for it by apologizing tomorrow. She would probably have recovered her balance by that time, and they would laugh over her excitement and their little adventure. That is, he would. "I'm not at all curious in the matter," some persistent voice kept telling him, "and I haven't any interest in knowing what irrational whim drove her to my cabin." But he smoked viciously and smiled grimly as the voice kept at him. He would have liked to obliterate Rosalind from his mind. But Rosalind persisted in bobbing up, and with him Miss Mary Standish's words, "If I should make an explanation, you would hate me," or something to that effect. He couldn't remember exactly, and he didn't want to remember exactly, for it was none of his business. In this humor, with half of his thoughts on one side of the fence and half on the other, he put out his light and went to bed. And he began thinking of the range. That was pleasanter. For the 10th time he figured out how long it would be before the glacial twisted ramparts of the Endicott Mountains rose up in the first welcome to his homecoming. Carl Lohman, following on the next ship, would join him in Unalaska. They would go on to Nome together. After that he would spend a week or so in the peninsula, then go up to Kobuk, across the big portage to the Koyukuk and the far headwaters of the north, and still farther, beyond the last trails of civilized men, to his herds and his people. And Stampede Smith would be with him. After a long winter of homesickness, it was all a comforting inducement to sleep and pleasant dreams. But somewhere there was a wrong note in his anticipations tonight. Stampede Smith slipped away from him, and Rosalind took his place, and Keokh, laughing, changing into Mary Standish with tantalizing deviltry. It was like Keokh, Alan thought drowsily. She was always tormenting someone. He felt better in the morning. The sun was up, flooding the wall of his cabin when he awoke, and under him he could feel the roll of the open sea. Eastward, the Alaskan coast was a deep blue haze, but the white peaks of the St. Elias Range flung themselves high up against the sun-filled sky behind it, like snowy banners. The Nome was pounding ahead at full speed, and Alan's blood responded suddenly to the impelling thrill of her engines, beating like twin hearts with the mighty force that was speeding them on. This was business. It meant miles foaming away behind them, and a swift biting off of space between him and Unalaska, midway of the Aleutians. He was sorry they were losing time by making the swing up the coast to Cordova, and with Cordova he thought of Mary Standish. He dressed and shaved, and went down to breakfast still thinking of her. The thought of meeting her again was rather discomforting now that the time of that possibility was actually at hand, for he dreaded moments of embarrassment even when he was not directly accountable for them. But Mary Standish saved him any qualms of conscience which he might have had because of the lack of chivalry the preceding night. She was at the table, and she was not at all disturbed when he seated himself opposite her. There was color in her cheeks, a fragile touch of that warm glow in the heart of the wild rose of the tundras. And it seemed to him there was a deeper, more beautiful light in her eyes than he had ever seen before. She nodded, smiled at him, and resumed a conversation which she had evidently broken for a moment with a lady who sat next to her. It was the first time Alan had seen her interested in this way. He had no intention of listening, but something perverse and compelling overcame his will. He discovered the lady was going up to teach in a native school in Noorvik on the Curwood River, and that for many years she had taught in Dawson and knew well the story of Belinda Mulrooney. He gathered that Mary Standish had shown a great interest, for Miss Robson, the teacher, was offering to send her a photograph she possessed of Belinda Mulrooney if Miss Standish would give her an address. The girl hesitated, then said she was not certain of her destination, but would write Miss Robson at Noorvik. "You will surely keep your promise," urged Miss Robson. "Yes, I will keep my promise." A sense of relief swept over Alan. The words were spoken so softly that he thought she had not wanted him to hear. It was evident that a few hours' sleep and the beauty of the morning had completely changed her mental attitude, and he no longer felt the suspicion of responsibility which had persisted in attaching itself to him. Only a fool, he assured himself, could possibly see a note of tragedy in her appearance now. Nor was she different at luncheon or at dinner. During the day he saw nothing of her, and he was growing conscious of the fact that she was purposely avoiding contact with him. This did not displease him. It allowed him to pick up the threads of other interests in a normal sort of way. He discussed Alaskan politics in the smoking room, smoked his black pipe without fear of giving offense, and listened to the talk of the ship with a freedom of mind which he had not experienced since his first meeting with Miss Standish. Yet as night drew on, and he walked his 2-mile promenade about the deck, he felt gathering about him a peculiar impression of aloneness. Something was missing. He did not acknowledge to himself what it was until, as if to convict him, he saw Mary Standish come out of the door leading from her cabin passageway, and stand alone at the rail of the ship. For a moment he hesitated, then quietly he came up beside her. "It has been a wonderful day, Miss Standish," he said, "and Cordova is only a few hours ahead of us." She scarcely turned her face, and continued to look off into the shrouding darkness of the sea. "Yes, a wonderful day, Mr. Holt," she repeated after him, "and Cordova is only a few hours ahead." Then, in the same soft, unemotional voice, she added, "I want to thank you for last night. You brought me to a great decision." "I fear I did not help you." It may have been fancy of the gathering dusk that made him believe he caught a shuddering movement of her slim shoulders. "I thought there were 2 ways," she said, "but you made me see there was only one." She emphasized that word. It seemed to come with a little tremble in her voice. "I was foolish, but please let us forget. I want to think of pleasanter things. I am about to make a great experiment, and it takes all my courage." "You will win, Miss Standish," he said in a sure voice. "In whatever you undertake, you will win. I know it. If this experiment you speak of is the adventure of coming to Alaska, seeking your fortune, finding your life here, it will be glorious. I can assure you of that." She was quiet for a moment, and then said, "The unknown has always held a fascination for me. When we were under the mountains in Skagway yesterday, I almost told you of an odd faith which I have. I believe I have lived before, a long time ago, when America was very young. At times, the feeling is so strong that I must have faith in it. Possibly I am foolish, but when the mountains swung back like a great door, and we saw Skagway, I knew that sometime, somewhere, I had seen a thing like that before, and I have had strange visions of it. Maybe it is a touch of madness in me, but it is that faith which gives me courage to go on with my experiment. That, and you." Suddenly she faced him, her eyes flaming. "You! And your suspicions and your brutality," she went on, her voice trembling as she drew herself up straight and tense before him. "I wasn't going to tell you, Mr. Holt, but you have given me the opportunity, and it may do you good, after tomorrow. I came to you because I foolishly misjudged you. I thought you were different, like your mountains. I made a great gamble, and set you up on a pedestal as clean and unafraid and believing all things good until you found them bad, and I lost. I was terribly mistaken. Your first thoughts of me when I came to your cabin were suspicious. You were angry and afraid. Yes, afraid. Fearful of something happening which you didn't want to happen. You thought, almost, that I was unclean, and you believed I was a liar, and told me so. It wasn't fair, Mr. Holt. It wasn't fair. There were things which I couldn't explain to you, but I told you. Rosalind knew. I didn't keep everything back. And I believed you were big enough to think that I was not dishonoring you with my friendship, even though I came to your cabin. Oh, I had that much faith in myself. I didn't think I would be mistaken for something unclean and lying. Good God, he cried. Listen to me, Miss Standish. She was gone, so suddenly that his movement to intercept her was futile, and she passed through the door before he could reach her. Again he called her name, but her footsteps were almost running up the passageway. He dropped back, his blood cold, his hands clenched in the darkness, and his face as white as the girl's had been. Her words had held him stunned and mute. He saw himself stripped naked as she believed him to be, and the thing gripped him in a sort of horror. And she was wrong. He had followed what he believed to be good judgment and common sense, if in doing that he had been an accursed fool. Determinedly he started for her cabin, his mind set upon correcting her malformed judgment of him. There was no light coming under her door. When he knocked, there was no answer from within. He waited and tried again, listening for a sound of movement, and each moment he waited he was readjusting himself. He was half glad in the end that the door did not open. He believed Miss Standish was inside, and she would undoubtedly accept the reason for his coming without an apology in words. He went to his cabin, and his mind became increasingly persistent in its disapproval of the wrong viewpoint she had taken of him. He was not comfortable, no matter how he looked at the thing. For her clear eyes, her smooth, glorious hair, and the pride and courage with which she had faced him remained with him overpoweringly. He could not get away from the vision of her as she had stood against the door with tears like diamonds in her eyes. Somewhere he had missed fire. He knew it. Something had escaped him which he could not understand, and she was holding him accountable. The talk of the smoking room did not interest him tonight. His efforts to become part of it were forced. A jazzy concert of piano and string music in the social hall annoyed him, and a little later he watched the dancing with such grimness that someone remarked about it. He saw Rosalind whirling around the floor with a handsome young blonde in his arms. The girl was looking up into his eyes, smiling, and her cheek lay unashamed against his shoulder, while Rosalind's face rested against her fluffy hair when they mingled closely with the other dancers. Alan turned away, an unpleasant thought of Rosalind's association with Mary Standish in his mind. He strolled down into the steerage. The Thlinkit people had shut themselves in with curtains of blankets, and from the stillness he judged they were asleep. The evening passed slowly for him after that, until at last he went to his cabin and tried to interest himself in a book. It was something he had anticipated reading, but after a little he wondered if the writing was stupid or if it was himself. The thrill he had always experienced with this particular writer was missing. There was no inspiration. The words were dead. Even the tobacco in his pipe seemed to lack something, and he changed it for a cigar and chose another book. The result was the same. His mind refused to function, and there was no comfort in his cigar. He knew he was fighting against a new thing, even as he subconsciously lied to himself, and he was obstinately determined to win. It was a fight between himself and Mary Standish as she had stood against his door. Mary Standish, the slim beauty of her courage, a score of things that had never touched his life before. He undressed and put on his smoking gown and slippers, repudiating the honesty of the emotions that were struggling for acknowledgment within him. He was a bit mad and entirely a fool, he told himself, but the assurance did him no good. He went to bed, propped himself up against his pillows, and made another effort to read. He half-heartedly succeeded. At 10 o'clock, music and dancing ceased, and stillness fell over the ship. After that, he found himself becoming more interested in the first book he had started to read. His old satisfaction slowly returned to him. He relighted his cigar and enjoyed it. Distantly, he heard the ship's bells. 11 o'clock, and after that, the half-hour and midnight. The printed pages were growing dim, and drowsily he marked his book, placed it on the table, and yawned. They must be nearing Cordova. He could feel the slackened speed of the Nome, and the softer throb of her engines. Probably they had passed Cape St. Elias and were drawing inshore. And then, sudden and thrilling, came a woman's scream, a piercing cry of terror, of agony, and of something else that froze the blood in his veins as he sprang from his berth. Twice it came, the second time ending in a moaning wail and a man's husky shout. Feet ran swiftly past his window. He heard another shout, and then a voice of command. He could not distinguish the words, but the ship herself seemed to respond. There came a sudden smoothness of dead engines, followed by the pounding shock of reverse, and the clanging alarm of a bell calling both crews to quarters. Alan faced his cabin door. He knew what had happened. Someone was overboard, and in this moment all life and strength were gone out of his body, for the pale face of Mary Standish seemed to rise for an instant before him, and in her quiet voice she was telling him again that this was the other way. His face went white as he caught up his smoking gown, flung open his door, and ran down the dimly lighted corridor. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 9. The reversing of the engines had not stopped the momentum of the ship when Alan reached the open deck. She was fighting, but still swept slowly ahead against the force struggling to hold her back. He heard running feet, voices, and the rattle of davit blocks, and came up as the starboard boat aft began swinging over the smooth sea. Captain Rifle was ahead of him, half-dressed, and the second officer was giving swift commands. A dozen passengers had come from the smoking room. There was only one woman. She stood a little back, partly supported in a man's arms, her face buried in her hands. Alan looked at the man, and he knew from his appearance that she was the woman who had screamed. He heard the splash of the boat as it struck water, and the rattle of oars, but the sound seemed a long distance away. Only one thing came to him distinctly in the sudden sickness that gripped him, and that was the terrible sobbing of the woman. He went to them, and the deck seemed to sway under his feet. He was conscious of a crowd gathering about the empty davits, but he had eyes only for these two. "Was it a man or a woman?" he asked. It did not seem to him it was his voice speaking. The words were forced from his lips. And the other man, with the woman's head crumpled against his shoulder, looked into a face as emotionless as stone. "A woman," he replied. "This is my wife. We were sitting here when she climbed upon the rail and leaped in. My wife screamed when she saw her going." The woman raised her head. She was still sobbing, with no tears in her eyes, but only horror. Her hands were clenched about her husband's arm. She struggled to speak and failed, and the man bowed his head to comfort her. And then Captain Rifle stood at their side. His face was haggard, and a glance told Alan that he knew. "Who was it?" he demanded. "This lady thinks it was Miss Standish." Alan did not move or speak. Something seemed to have gone wrong for a moment in his head. He could not hear distinctly the excitement behind him, and before him things were a blur. The sensation came and passed swiftly, with no sign of it in the immobility of his pale face. "Yes, the girl at your table. The pretty girl. I saw her clearly, and then—" It was the woman. The captain broke in as she caught herself with a choking breath. "It is possible you are mistaken. I cannot believe Miss Standish would do that. We shall soon know. 2 boats are gone and a third lowering." He was hurrying away, throwing the last words over his shoulder. Alan made no movement to follow. His brain cleared itself of shock, and a strange calmness began to possess him. "You are quite sure it was the girl at my table?" he found himself saying. "Is it possible you might be mistaken?" "No," said the woman. "She was so quiet and pretty that I have noticed her often. I saw her clearly in the starlight, and she saw me just before she climbed to the rail and jumped. I'm almost sure she smiled at me and was going to speak, and then she was gone." "I didn't know until my wife screamed," added the man. "I was seated facing her at the time. I ran to the rail and could see nothing behind but the wash of the ship. I think she went down instantly." Alan turned. He thrust himself silently through a crowd of excited and questioning people, but he did not hear their questions and scarcely sensed the presence of their voices. His desire to make raised haste had left him, and he walked calmly and deliberately to the cabin where Mary Standish would be if the woman was mistaken, and it was not she who had leaped into the sea. He knocked at the door only once. Then he opened it. There was no cry of fear or protest from within, and he knew the room was empty before he turned on the electric light. He had known it from the beginning, from the moment he heard the woman scream. Mary Standish was gone. He looked at her bed. There was the depression made by her head in the pillow. A little handkerchief lay on the coverlet, crumpled and twisted. Her few possessions were arranged neatly on the reading table. Then he saw her shoes and her stockings and a dress on the bed, and he picked up one of the shoes and held it in a cold, steady hand. It was a little shoe. His fingers closed about it until it crushed like paper. He was holding it when he heard someone behind him, and he turned slowly to confront Captain Rifle. The little man's face was like gray wax. For a moment neither of them spoke. Captain Rifle looked at the shoe crumpled in Alan's hand. "The boats got away quickly," he said in a husky voice. "We stopped inside the 3rd mile. If she can swim, there is a chance." "She won't swim," replied Alan. "She didn't jump in for that. She is gone." In a vague and detached sort of way he was surprised at the calmness of his own voice. Captain Rifle saw the veins standing out on his clenched hands and in his forehead. Through many years he had witnessed tragedy of one kind and another. It was not strange to him, but a look of wonderment shot into his eyes at Alan's words. It took only a few seconds to tell what had happened the preceding night without going into details. The captain's hand was on Alan's arm when he finished, and the flesh under his fingers was rigid and hard as steel. "We'll talk with Rossland after the boats return," he said. He drew Alan from the room and closed the door. Not until he had re-entered his own cabin did Alan realize he still held the crushed shoe in his hand. He placed it on his bed and dressed. It took him only a few minutes. Then he went and found the captain. Half an hour later the first boat returned. 5 minutes after that a second came in, and then a third. Alan stood back, alone, while the passengers crowded the rail. He knew what to expect, and the murmur of it came to him. Failure. It was like a sob rising softly out of the throats of many people. He drew away. He did not want to meet their eyes or talk with them, or hear the things they would be saying. And as he went, a moan came to his lips, a strangled cry filled with an agony which told him he was breaking down. He dreaded that. It was the first law of his kind to stand up under blows, and he fought against the desire to reach out his arms to the sea and entreat Mary Standish to rise up out of it and forgive him. He drove himself on like a mechanical thing. His white face was a mask through which burned no sign of his grief, and in his eyes was a deadly coldness. Heartless, the woman who had screamed might have said, and she would have been right. His heart was gone. Two people were at Rossland's door when he came up. One was Captain Rifle, the other Marston, the ship's doctor. The captain was knocking when Alan joined them. He tried the door. It was locked. "I can't rouse him," he said, "and I did not see him amongst the passengers." "Nor did I," said Alan. Captain Rifle fumbled with his master key. "I think the circumstances permit," he explained. In a moment he looked up, puzzled. "The door is locked on the inside, and the key is in the lock." He pounded with his fist on the panel. He continued to pound until his knuckles were red. There was still no response. "Odd," he muttered. "Very odd," agreed Alan. His shoulder was against the door. He drew back and with a single crash sent it in. A pale light filtered into the room from a corridor lamp, and the men stared. Rossland was in bed. They could see his face dimly upturned, as if staring at the ceiling, but even now he made no movement and spoke no word. Marston entered and turned on the light. After that, for 10 seconds, no man moved. Then Alan heard Captain Rifle close the door behind them, and from Marston's lips came a startled whisper. "Good God!" Rossland was not covered. He was undressed and flat on his back. His arms were stretched out, his head thrown back, his mouth agape, and the white sheet under him was red with blood. It had trickled over the edges and to the floor. His eyes were loosely closed. After the first shock, Dr. Marston reacted swiftly. He bent over Rossland, and in that moment, when his back was toward them, Captain Rifle's eyes met Alan's. The same thought, and in another instant disbelief, flashed from one to the other. Marston was speaking, professionally cool now. "A knife stab close to the right lung, if not in it, and an ugly bruise over his eye. He is not dead. Let him lie as he is until I return with instruments and dressing." "The door was locked on the inside," said Alan as soon as the doctor was gone, "and the window is closed. It looks like suicide. It is possible there was an understanding between them, and Rossland chose this way instead of the sea." Captain Rifle was on his knees. He looked under the berth, peered into the corners, and pulled back the blanket and sheet. "There is no knife," he said stonily, and in the moment he added, "There are red stains on the window. It was not attempted suicide, it was—" "Murder?" "Yes, if Rossland dies. It was done through the open window. Someone called Rossland to the window, struck him, and then closed the window. Or it is possible, if he were sitting or standing here, that a long-armed man might have reached him. It was a man, Alan. We've got to believe that. It was a man." "Of course, a man," Alan nodded. They could hear Marston returning, and he was not alone. Captain Rifle made a gesture toward the door. "Better go," he advised. "This is a ship's matter, and you won't want to be unnecessarily mixed up in it. Come to my cabin in half an hour. I shall want to see you." The second officer and the purser were with Dr. Marston when Alan passed them, and he heard the door of Rossland's room close behind him. The ship was trembling under his feet again. They were moving away. He went to Mary Standish's cabin and deliberately gathered her belongings and put them in the small handbag with which he had come aboard. Without any effort at concealment, he carried the bag to his room and packed his own dunnage. After that he hunted up Stampede Smith and explained to him that an unexpected change in his plans compelled them to stop at Cordova. He was 5 minutes late in his appointment with the captain. Captain Rifle was seated at his desk when Alan entered his cabin. He nodded toward a chair. "We'll reach Cordova inside an hour," he said. "Dr. Marston says Rossland will live, but of course we cannot hold the gnome in port until he is able to talk. He was struck through the window. I will make oath to that. Have you anything in mind?" "Only one thing," replied Alan. "A determination to go ashore as soon as I can. If it is possible, I shall recover her body and care for it. As for Rossland, it is not a matter of importance to me whether he lives or dies. Mary Standish had nothing to do with the assault upon him. It was merely coincident with her own act and nothing more. Will you tell me our location when she leaped into the sea?" He was fighting to retain his calmness, his resolution not to let Captain Rifle see clearly what the tragedy of her death had meant to him. "We were 7 miles off the Eyak River coast, a little south and west. If her body goes ashore, it will be on the island or the mainland east of Eyak River. I am glad you are going to make an effort. There is a chance, and I hope you will find her." Captain Rifle rose from his chair and walked nervously back and forth. "It's a bad blow for the ship. Her first trip," he said. "But I'm not thinking of the gnome. I'm thinking of Mary Standish. My God, it is terrible. If it had been anyone else, anyone—" His words seemed to choke him, and he made a despairing gesture with his hands. "It is hard to believe. Almost impossible to believe she would deliberately kill herself. Tell me again what happened in your cabin." Crushing all emotion out of his voice, Alan repeated briefly certain details of the girl's visit, but a number of things which he had trusted to his confidence he did not betray. He did not dwell upon Rossland's influence or her fear of him. Captain Rifle saw his effort, and when he had finished he gripped his hand, understanding in his eyes. "You're not responsible, not so much as you believe," he said. "Don't take it too much to heart, Alan. But find her. Find her if you can, and let me know. You will do that. You will let me know?" "Yes, I shall let you know." "And Rossland? He is a man with many enemies. I am positive his assailant is still on board." "Undoubtedly." The captain hesitated. He did not look at Alan as he said, "There is nothing in Miss Standish's room. Even her bag is gone. I thought I saw things in there when I was with you. I thought I saw something in your hand, but I must have been mistaken. She probably flung everything into the sea before she went." "Such a thought is possible," agreed Alan evasively. Captain Rifle drummed the top of his desk with his fingertips. His face looked haggard and old in the shaded light of the cabin. "That's all, Alan. God knows I'd give this old life of mine to bring her back if I could. To me she was much like someone a long time dead. That's why I broke ship's regulations when she came aboard so strangely at Seattle without reservation. I'm sorry now. I should have sent her ashore. But she's gone, and it's best that you and I keep to ourselves a little of what we guess. I hope you will find her, and if you do, I shall send you word." They shook hands, and Captain Rifle's fingers still held to Alan's as they went to the door and opened it. A swift change had come in the sky. The stars were gone, and a moaning whisper hovered over the darkened sea. "A thunderstorm," said the captain. His mastery was gone, his shoulders bent, and there was a tremulous note in his voice that compelled Alan to look straight out into darkness. And then he said, "Rossland will be sent to the hospital in Cordova if he lives." Alan made no answer. The door closed softly behind him, and slowly he went through gloom to the rail of the ship and stood there, with the whispered moaning of the sea coming to him out of a pit of darkness. A vast distance away he heard a low intonation of thunder. He struggled to keep hold of himself as he returned to his cabin. Stampede Smith was waiting for him, his dunnage packed in an oilskin bag. Alan explained the unexpected change in his plans. Business in Cordova would make him miss a boat and would delay him at least a month in reaching the tundras. It was necessary for Stampede to go on to the range alone. He could make a quick trip by way of the government railroad of Tanana. After that he would go to Alaskan and then still farther north into the Endicott country. It would be easy for a man like Stampede to find the range. He drew a map, gave him certain written instructions, money, and a final warning not to lose his head and take up gold hunting on the way. While it was necessary for him to go ashore at once, he advised Stampede not to leave the ship until morning, and Stampede was swore an oath he would not fail him. Alan did not explain his own haste, and was glad Captain Rifle had not questioned him too closely. He was not analyzing the reasonableness of his action. He only knew that every muscle in his body was aching for physical action, and that he must have it immediately or break. The desire was a touch of madness in his blood, a thing which he was holding back by sheer force of will. He tried to shut out the vision of a pale face floating in the sea. He fought to keep a grip on the dispassionate calmness which was a part of him. But the ship itself was battering down his stoic resistance. In an hour since he had heard the scream of the woman, he had come to hate it. He wanted the feel of solid earth under his feet. He wanted with all his soul to reach that narrow strip of coast where Mary Standish was drifting in. But even Stampede saw no sign of the fire that was consuming him. And not until Alan's feet touched land and Cordova lay before him like a great hole in the mountains did the strain give way within him. After he had left the wharf, he stood alone in the darkness, breathing deeply of the mountain smell and getting his bearings. It was more than darkness about him. An occasional light burning dimly here and there gave to it the appearance of a sea of ink threatening to inundate him. The storm had not broken, but it was close, and the air was filled with a creeping warning. The moaning of thunder was low, and yet very near, as if smothered by the hand of a mighty force preparing to take the earth unaware. Through the pit of gloom Alan made his way. He was not lost. 3 years ago he had walked a score of times to the cabin of old Olaf Eriksson, half a mile up the shore, and he knew Eriksson would still be there, where he had squatted for 20 years, and where he had sworn to stay until the sea itself was ready to claim him. So he felt his way instinctively, while a crash of thunder broke over his head. The forces of the night were unleashing. He could hear a gathering tumult in the mountains hidden beyond the wall of blackness, and there came a sudden glare of lightning that illuminated his way. It helped him. He saw a white reach of sand ahead and quickened his steps. And out of the sea he heard more distinctly an increasing sound. It was as if he walked between two great armies that were setting earth and sea a-tremble as they advanced to deadly combat. The lightning came again, and after it followed a discharge of thunder that gave to the ground under his feet a shuddering tremor. It rolled away, echo upon echo, through the mountains, like the booming of signal guns, each more distant than the other. A cold breath of air struck Alan in the face, and something inside him rose up to meet the thrill of storm. He had always loved the rolling echoes of thunder in the mountains and the fire of lightning among their peaks. On such a night, with the crash of the elements about his father's cabin and the roaring voices of the ranges filling the darkness with tumult, his mother had brought him into the world. Love of it was in his blood, a part of his soul, and there were times when he yearned for this talk of the mountains, as others yearn for the coming of spring. He welcomed it now, as his eyes sought through the darkness for a glimmer of the light that always burned from dusk until dawn in Olaf Ericsson's cabin. He saw it at last, a yellow eye peering at him through a slit in an inky wall. A moment later the darker shadow of the cabin rose up in his face, and a flash of lightning showed him the door. In a moment of silence he could hear the patter of huge raindrops on the roof as he dropped his bags and began hammering with his fist to arouse the Swede. Then he flung open the unlocked door and entered, tossing his dunnage to the floor, and shouted the old greeting that Ericsson would not have forgotten, though nearly a quarter of a century had passed since he and Alan's father had tramped the mountains together. He had turned up the wick of the oil lamp on the table when into the frame of an inner door came Ericsson himself, with his huge bent shoulders, his massive head, his fierce eyes, and a great gray beard streaming over his naked chest. He stared for a moment, and Alan flung off his hat, and as the storm broke, beating upon the cabin in a mighty shock of thunder and wind and rain, a bellow of recognition came from Ericsson. They gripped hands. The Swede's voice rose above wind and rain and the rattle of loose windows, and he was saying something about 3 years ago, and rubbing the sleep from his eyes, when the strange look in Alan's face made him pause to hear other words than his own. 5 minutes later he opened a door, looking out over the black sea, bracing his arms against it. The wind tore in, beating his whitening beard over his shoulders, and with it came a deluge of rain that drenched him as he stood there. He forced the door shut and faced Alan, a gray, gray ghost of man in the yellow glow of the oil lamp. From then until dawn they waited, and in the first break of that dawn the long black launch of Olaf the Swede nosed its way steadily out to sea. End of Chapter 9 of The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 10 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 10. The wind had died away, but the rain continued, torrential in its downpour, and the mountains grumbled with dying thunder. The town was blotted out, and 50 feet ahead of the hissing nose of the launch Alan could see only a grey wall. Water ran in streams from his rubber slicker, and Olaf's great beard was dripping like a wet rag. He was like a huge gargoyle at the wheel, and in the face of impenetrable gloom he opened speed until the Norden was shooting with the swiftness of a torpedo through the sea. In Olaf's cabin Alan had listened to the folly of expecting to find Mary Standish. Between Eyak River and Katala was a mainland of battered reefs and rocks, and an archipelago of islands in which a pirate fleet might have found 100 hiding places. In his experience of 20 years, Ericsson had never known of the finding of a body washed ashore, and he stated firmly his belief that the girl was at the bottom of the sea. But the impulse to go on grew no less in Alan, It quickened with the straining eagerness of the Norden as the slim craft leaped through the water. Even the drone of thunder and the beat of rain urged him on. To him there was nothing absurd in the quest he was about to make. It was the least he could do, and the only honest thing he could do, he kept telling himself, and there was a chance that he would find her. All through his life had run that element of chance. Usually it was against odds he had won, and there rode with him in the grey dawn a conviction he was going to win now, that he would find Mary Standish somewhere in the sea or along the coast between Eyak River and the first of the islands against which the shoreward current drifted. And when he found her... He had not gone beyond that, but it pressed upon him now, and in moments it overcame him, and he saw her in a way which he was fighting to keep out of his mind. Death had given a vivid clearness to his mental picture of her. A strip of white beach persisted in his mind, and waiting for him on this beach was the slim body of the girl, her pale face turned up to the morning sun, her long hair streaming over the sand. It was a vision that choked him, and he struggled to keep away from it. If he found her like that, he knew at last what he would do. It was the final crumbling away of something inside him, the breaking down of that other Alan Holt, whose negative laws of self-imposed blindness had sent Mary Standish to her death. Truth seemed to mock at him, flaying him for that invulnerable poise in which he had taken such an egoistical pride. For she had come to him in her hour of trouble, and there were 500 others aboard the Nome. She had believed in him, had given him her friendship and her confidence, and at the last had placed her life in his hands. And when he had failed her, she had not gone to another. She had kept her word, proving to him she was not a liar and a fraud, and he knew at last the courage of womanhood and the truth of her words. You will understand tomorrow. He kept the fight within himself. Olaf did not see it as the dawn lightened swiftly into the beginning of day. There was no chance in the tense lines of his face and the grim resolution in his eyes. And Olaf did not press his folly upon him, but kept the Norden pointed seaward, adding still greater speed as the huge shadow of the headland loomed up in the direction of Hinchinbrook Island. With increasing day the rain subsided. It fell in a drizzle for a time and then stopped. Alan threw off his slicker and wiped the water from his eyes and hair. White mists began to rise, and through them shot faint rose gleams of light. Olaf grunted approbation as he wrung water from his beard. The sun was breaking through over the mountain tops, and straight above, as the mist dissolved, was radiant blue sky. The miracle of change came swiftly in the next half hour. Storm had washed the air until it was like tonic. A salty perfume rose from the sea, and Olaf stood up and stretched himself and shook the wet from his body as he drank the sweetness into his lungs. Shoreward, Alan saw the mountains taking form, and one after another they rose up like living things, their crests catching the fire of the sun. Dark inundations of forests took up the shimmering gleam. Green slopes rolled out from behind veils of smoking vapor, and suddenly, in a final triumph of the sun, the Alaskan coast lay before him in all its glory. The Swede made a gesture of exultation with his free arm, grinning at his companion, pride and the joy of living in his bearded face. But in Alan's there was no change. Dully he sensed the wonder of the day and of sunlight breaking over the mighty ranges to the sea. But something was missing. the soul of it was gone, and the old thrill was dead. He felt the tragedy of it, and his lips tightened even as he met the other's smile, for he no longer made an effort to blind himself to the truth. Olaf began to guess deeply at that truth, now that he could see Alan's face in the pitiless light of the day, and after a little the thing lay naked in his mind. The quest was not a matter of duty, nor was it inspired by the captain of the Nome, as Alan had given him reason to believe. There was more than grimness in the other's face, and a strange sort of sickness lay in his eyes. A little later he observed the straining eagerness with which those eyes scanned the softly undulating surface of the sea. At last he said, "If Captain Rifle was right, the girl went overboard out there," and he pointed. Alan stood up. "But she wouldn't be there now," Olaf added. In his heart he believed she was straight down at the bottom. He turned his boat shoreward. Creeping out from the shadow of the mountains was the white sand of the beach 3 or 4 miles away. A quarter of an hour later a spiral of smoke detached itself from the rocks and timber that came down close to the sea. "That's McCormick's," he said. Alan made no answer. Through Olaf's binoculars he picked out the Scotchman's cabin. It was Sandy McCormick, Olaf had assured him, who knew every eddy and drift in 50 miles of coast, and with his eyes shut could find Mary Standish if she came ashore. And it was Sandy who came down to greet them when Erickson dropped his anchor in shallow water. They leaped out thigh-deep and waded to the beach, and in the door of the cabin beyond, Alan saw a woman, looking down at them wonderingly. Sandy himself was young and ruddy-faced, more like a boy than a man. They shook hands. Then Alan told of the tragedy aboard the Nome and what his mission was. He made a great effort to speak calmly, and believed that he succeeded. Certainly there was no break of emotion in his cold, even voice, and at the same time no possibility of evading its deadly earnestness. McCormick, whose means of livelihood were frequently more unsubstantial than real, listened to the offer of pecuniary reward for his services with something like shock. $50 a day for his time, and an additional $5,000 if he found the girl's body. To Alan the sums meant nothing. He was not measuring dollars, and if he had said 10,000 or 20,000, the detail of price would not have impressed him as important. He possessed as much money as that in the Nome banks, and a little more, and had the thing been practicable, he would as willingly have offered his reindeer herds could they have guaranteed him the possession of what he sought. In Olaf's face, McCormick caught a look which explained the situation a little. Alan Holt was not mad. He was as any other man might be who had lost the most precious thing in the world. And unconsciously, as he pledged his services in acceptance of the offer, he glanced in the direction of the little woman standing in the doorway of the cabin. Alan met her. She was a quiet, sweet-looking girl-woman. She smiled gravely at Olaf, gave her hand to Alan, and her blue eyes dilated when she heard what had happened aboard the Nome. Alan left the three together and returned to the beach, while between the loading and the lighting of his pipe the Swede told what he had guessed, that this girl whose body would never be washed ashore was the beginning and the end of the world to Alan Holt. For many miles they searched the beach that day, while Sandy McCormick skirmished among the islands south and eastward in a light shore launch. He was in a way a Paul Revere, spreading intelligence, and with Scotch canniness made a good bargain for himself. In a dozen cabins he left details of the drowning and offered a reward of $500 for the finding of the body, so that 20 men and boys and half as many women were seeking before nightfall. And remember, Sandy told each of them, the chances are she'll wash ashore some time between tomorrow and 3 days later, if she comes ashore at all. In the dusk of that first day, Alan found himself 10 miles up the coast. He was alone, for Olaf Eriksson had gone in the opposite direction. It was a different Alan who watched the setting sun dipping into the western sea, with the golden slopes of the mountain reflecting its glory behind him. It was as if he had passed through a great sickness, and up from the earth of his own beloved land had crept slowly into his body and soul a new understanding of life. There was despair in his face, but it was a gentler thing now. The harsh lines of an obstinate will were gone from about his mouth. His eyes no longer concealed their grief, and there was something in his attitude of a man chastened by a consuming fire. He retraced his steps through deepening twilight, and with each mile of his questing return there grew in him that something which had come to him out of death, and which he knew would never leave him. And with this change the droning softness of the night itself seemed to whisper that the sea would not give up its dead. Olaf and Sandy McCormick and Sandy's wife were in the cabin when he returned at midnight. He was exhausted. 7 months in the States had softened him, he explained. He did not inquire how successful the others had been. He knew. The woman's eyes told him, the almost mothering eagerness in them when he came through the door. She had coffee and food ready for him, and he forced himself to eat. Sandy gave a report of what he had done, and Olaf smoked his pipe and tried to speak cheerfully of the splendid weather that was coming tomorrow. Not one of them spoke of Mary Standish. Alan felt the strain they were under, and knew his presence was the cause of it, so he lighted his own pipe after eating and talked to Ellen McCormick about the splendor of the mountains back of Eyak River, and how fortunate she was to have her home in this little corner of paradise. He caught a flash of something unspoken in her eyes. It was a lonely place for a woman, alone without children, and he spoke about children to Sandy, smiling. They should have children, a lot of them. Sandy blushed, and Olaf let out a boom of laughter, but the woman's face was unflushed and serious. Only her eyes betrayed her something wistful and appealing in them as he looked at Sandy. "We're building a new cabin," he said, "and there's 2 rooms in it specially for kids." There was pride in his voice as he made pretense to light a pipe that was already lighted, and pride in the look he gave his young wife. A moment later Ellen McCormick deftly covered with her apron something which lay on a little table near the door through which Alan had to pass to enter his sleeping room. Olaf's eyes twinkled, but Alan did not see. Only he knew there should be children here, where there was surely love. If it did not occur to him as being strange that he, Alan Holt, should think of such a matter at all. The next morning the search was resumed. Sandy drew a crude map of certain hidden places up the east coast, where drifts and cross currents tossed the flotsam of the sea, and Alan set out for these shores with Olaf at the wheel of the Norden. It was sunset when they returned, and in the calm of a wonderful evening, with the comforting peace of the mountains smiling down at them, Olaf believed the time had come to speak what was in his mind. He spoke first of the weird tricks of the Alaskan waters, and of strange forces deep down under the surface which he had never had explained to him, and how he had lost a cask once upon a time, and a week later had run upon it well upon its way to Japan. He emphasized the hide-and-seek playfulness of the undertows and the treachery of them. Then he came bluntly to the point of the matter. It would be better if Mary Standish never did come ashore. It would be days, probably weeks, if it ever happened at all, and there would be nothing about her for Alan to recognize. Better a peaceful resting place at the bottom of the sea. That was what he called it, a peaceful resting place, and in his earnestness to soothe another's grief, he blundered still more deeply into the horror of it all, describing certain details of what flesh and bone could and could not stand, until Alan felt like clubbing him beyond the power of speech. He was glad when he saw the McCormick cabin. Sandy was waiting for them when they waded ashore. Something unusual was in his face, Alan thought, and for a moment his heart waited in suspense. But the Scotchman shook his head negatively and went close to Olaf Eriksson. Alan did not see the look that passed between them. He went to the cabin, and Ellen McCormick put a hand on his arm when he entered. It was an unusual thing for her to do, and there was a glow in her eyes which had not been there last night, and a flush in her cheeks, and a new strange note in her voice when she spoke to him. It was almost exultation, something she was trying to keep back. You didn't find her?" she asked. "No." His voice was tired and a little old. "Do you think I shall ever find her?" "Not as you have expected," she answered quietly. "She will never come like that." She seemed to be making an effort. You would give a great deal to have her back, Mr. Holt?" Her question was childish in its absurdity, and she was like a child looking at him as she did in this moment. He forced a smile to his lips and nodded. "Of course. Everything I possess." You loved her?" Her voice trembled. It was odd she should ask these questions. But the probing did not sting him. It was not a woman's curiosity that inspired them, and the comforting softness in her voice did him good. He had not realized before how much he wanted to answer that question, not only for himself, but for someone else, aloud. "Yes, I did." The confession almost startled him. It seemed an amazing confidence to be making under any circumstances, and especially upon such brief acquaintance. But he said no more, though in Ellen McCormick's face and eyes was a tremulous expectancy. He stepped into the little room which had been his sleeping place, and returned with his dunnage sack. Out of this he took the bag in which were Mary Standish's belongings, and gave it to Sandy's wife. It was a matter of business now, and he tried to speak in a businesslike way. "Her things are inside. I got them in her cabin. If you find her after I'm gone, you will need them. You understand, of course. And if you don't find her, keep them for me. I shall return some day." It seemed hard for him to give his simple instructions. He went on. "I don't think I shall stay any longer, but I will leave a certified check at Cordova, and it will be turned over to your husband when she is found. And if you do find her, you will look after her yourself, won't you, Mrs. McCormick?" Ellen McCormick choked a little as she answered him, promising him to do what he asked. He would always remember her as a sympathetic little thing, and half an hour later, after he had explained everything to Sandy, he wished her happiness when he took her hand in saying goodbye. Her hand was trembling. He wondered at it and said something to Sandy's about the priceless value of happiness such as his as they went down to the beach. The velvety darkness of the sky was athrobe with the heartbeat of stars when the Northern's shimmering trail led once more out to sea. Alan looked up at them, and his mind groped strangely in the infinity that lay above him. He had never measured it before. Life had been too full. But now it seemed so vast, and its range in the tundras so far away, that a great loneliness seized upon him as he turned his eyes to look back at the dimly white shoreline dissolving swiftly in the gloom that lay beneath the mountains. End of Chapter 10 of The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Read by Lars Rolander.
Chapter 11 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 11. That night in Olaf's cabin, Alan put himself back on the old track again. He made no effort to minimize the tragedy that had come into his life, and he knew its effect upon him would never be wiped away, and that Mary Standish would always live in his thoughts, no matter what happened in the years to come. But he was not the sort to let any part of himself wither up and die because of a blow that had darkened his mental vision of things. His plans lay ahead of him, his old ambitions and his dreams of achievement. They seemed pulseless and dead now, but he knew it was because his own fire had temporarily burned out, and he realized the vital necessity of building it up again. So he first wrote a letter to Ellen McCormick, and in this place a second letter, carefully sealed, which was not to be opened unless they found Mary Standish, and which contained something he had found impossible to put into words in Sandy's cabin. It was trivial and embarrassing when spoken to others, but it meant a great deal to him. Then he made the final arrangements for Olaf to carry him to Seward in the Norden, for Captain Rifle's ship was well on her way to Unalaska. Thought of Captain Rifle urged him to write another letter in which he told briefly the disappointing details of his search. He was rather surprised the next morning to find he had entirely forgotten Rossland. While he was attending to his affairs at the bank, Olaf secured information that Rossland was resting comfortably in the hospital, and had not one chance in 10 of dying. It was not Alan's intention to see him. He wanted to hear nothing he might have to say about Mary Standish. To associate them in any way, as he thought of her now, was little short of sacrilege. He was conscious of the change in himself, for it was a rather amazing upsetting of the original Alan Holt. That person would have gone to Rossland with the deliberate and businesslike intention of sifting the matter to the bottom, that he might disprove his own responsibility and set himself right in his own eyes. In self-defense he would have given Rossland an opportunity to break down with cold facts the disturbing something which his mind had unconsciously built up. But the new Alan revolted. He wanted to carry the thing away with him. He wanted it to live. And so it went with him, uncontaminated by any truths or lies which Rossland might have told him. They left Cordova early in the afternoon, and at sunset that evening camped on the tip of a wooded island a mile or two from the mainland. Olaf knew the island, and had chosen it for reasons of his own. It was primitive and alive with birds. Olaf loved the birds, and the cheer of their vesper song and bedtime twitter comforted Alan. He seized an axe, and for the first time in 7 months his muscles responded to the swing of it. And Ericsson, old as his years in the way of the north, whistled loudly and rumbled a bit of crude song through his beard as he lighted a fire, knowing the medicine of the big open was getting its hold on Alan again. To Alan it was like coming to the edge of home once more. It seemed an age, an infinity, since he had heard the sputtering of bacon in an open skillet, and the bubbling of coffee over a bed of coals, with the mysterious darkness of the timber gathering in about him. He loaded his pipe after chopping, and sat watching Olaf as he mothered the half-baked bannock loaf. It made him think of his father. 1,000 times the two must have camped like this in the days when Alaska was new, and there were no maps to tell them what lay beyond the next range. Olaf felt resting upon him something of the responsibility of a doctor, and after supper he sat with his back to a tree and talked of the old days as if they were yesterday and the day before, with tomorrow always the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow which he had pursued for 30 years. He was 60 just a week ago this evening, he said, and he was beginning to doubt if he would remain on the beach at Cordova much longer. Siberia was dragging him, that forbidden world of adventure and mystery and monumental opportunity which lay only a few miles across the strait from the Seward Peninsula. In his enthusiasm he forgot Alan's tragedy. He cursed Cossack law and the prohibitory measures to keep Americans out. More gold was over there than had ever been dreamed of in Alaska. Even the mountains and rivers were unnamed, and he was going, if he lived another year or two, going to find his fortune or his end in the Stanovi Mountains and among the Kachaki tribes. Twice he had tried it since his old comrade had died, and twice he had been driven out. The next time he would know how to go about it, and he invited Alan to go with him. There was a thrill in this talk of a land so near, scarcely a night ride across the neck of Bering Sea, and yet as proscribed as the sacred plains of Tibet. It stirred old desires in Alan's blood, for he knew that of all frontiers the Siberian would be the last and the greatest, and that not only men, but nations would play their part in the breaking of it. He saw the red gleam of firelight in Olaf's eyes. "And if we don't go in first from this side, Alan, the yellow fellows will come out some day from that," rumbled the old sourdough, striking his pipe in the hollow of his hand. "And when they do, they won't come over to us in ones and twos and threes, but in millions. That's what the yellow fellows will do when they once get started, and it's up to a few Alaska Jacks and tough-nut Bills to get their feet planted first on the other side. Will you go?" Alan shook his head. "Some day, but not now." The old flash was in his eyes, and he was seeing the fight ahead of him again, the fight to do his bit in striking the shackles of misgovernment from Alaska and rousing the world to an understanding of the menace which hung over her like a smouldering cloud. "But you're right about the danger," he said. "It won't come from Japan to California. It will pour like a flood through Siberia and jump to Alaska in a night. It isn't the danger of the yellow man alone, Olaf. You've got to combine that with Bolshevism, the menace of blackest Russia, a disease which, if it crosses the little neck of the water and gets hold of Alaska, will shake the American continent to bedrock. It may be a generation from now, maybe a century, but it's coming sure as God makes light if we let Alaska go down and out. And my way of preventing it is different from yours." He stared into the fire, watching the embers flare up and die. "I am not proud of the States," he went on, as if speaking to something which he saw in the flames. "I can't be, after the ruin their unintelligent propaganda and legislation have brought upon Alaska. But they are our salvation, and conditions are improving. I concede we have factions in Alaska, and we are not at all unanimous in what we want. It's going to be largely a matter of education. We can't take Alaska down to the States. We've got to bring them up to us. We must make a large part of 110 million Americans understand. We must bring 1 million of them up here before that danger flood we speak of comes beyond the Gulf of Anadyr. It's God's own country we have north of 58, Olaf, and we have 10 times the wealth of California. We can care for 1 million people easily, but bad politics and bad judgment, both here in Alaska and at Washington, won't let them come. With coal enough under our feet to last 1,000 years, we are buying fuel from the States. We've got billions in copper and oil, but can't touch them. We should have some of the world's greatest manufacturing plants, but we cannot, because everything up here is locked away from us. I repeat, that isn't conservation. If they had applied a little of it to the salmon industry, but they didn't, and the salmon are going like the buffalo of the plains. The destruction of the salmon shows what will happen to us if the bars are let down all at once to the financial banditti. Understanding and common sense must guard the gates. The fight we must win is to bring about an honest and reasonable judgment, Olaf, and that fight will take place right here in Alaska and not in Siberia. And if we don't win—" He raised his eyes from the fire and smiled grimly into Olaf's bearded face. Then we can count on that thing coming across the neck of sea from the Gulf of Anadyr," he finished. "And if it ever does come, the people of the States will at last face the tragic realization of what Alaska could have meant to the nation." The force of old spirit surged uppermost in Alan again, and after that, for an hour or more, something lived for him in the glow of the fire which Olaf kept burning. It was the memory of Mary Standish, her quiet, beautiful eyes gazing at him, her pale face taking form in the lacy wisps of birch smoke. His mind pictured her in the flame glow as she had listened to him that day in Skagway, when he had told her of this fight that was ahead. And it pleased him to think she would have made this same fight for Alaska if she had lived. It was a thought which brought a painful thickening in his breath, for always these visions which Olaf could not see ended with Mary Standish as she had faced him in his cabin, her back against the door, her lips trembling, and her eyes softly radiant with tears in the broken pride of that last moment of her plea for life. He could not have told how long he slept that night. Dreams came to him in restless slumber, and always they awakened him, so that he was looking at the stars again and trying not to think. In spite of the grief in his soul, they were pleasant dreams, as though some gentle force were at work in him subconsciously to wipe away the shadows of tragedy. Mary Standish was with him again, between the mountains at Skagway. She was at his side, in the heart of the tundras, the sun in her shining hair and eyes, and all about them the wonder of wild roses and purple iris and white seas of sedge-cotton and yellow-eyed daisies, and birds singing in the gladness of summer. He heard the birds, and he heard the girl's voice answering them in her happiness, and turning that happiness from the radiance of her eyes upon him. When he awoke, it was with a little cry, as if someone had stabbed him, and Olaf was building a fire, and dawn was breaking in rose gleams over the mountains. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 12. This first night and dawn in the herd of his wilderness, with a new import of life gleaming down at him from the mighty peaks of the Chugach and Kenai ranges, marked the beginning of that uplift which drew Alan out of the pit into which he had fallen. He understood now how it was that through many long years his father had worshipped the memory of a woman who had died. It seemed to him an infinity ago. Unnumbered times he had seen the miracle of her presence in his father's eyes, and once, when they had stood overlooking a sun-filled valley back in the mountains, the elder Holt had said, 27 years ago, the 12th day of last month, Mother went with me through this valley, Alan. Do you see the little bend in the creek with the great rock in the sun? We rested there before you were born. He had spoken of that day as if it had been but yesterday, and Alan recalled the strange happiness in his father's face as he had looked down upon something in the valley which no other but himself could see. And it was happiness, the same strange soul-aching happiness that began to build itself a house close up against the grief in Alan's heart. It would never be a house quite empty. Never again would he be alone. He knew at last it was an undying part of him, as it had been a part of his father, clinging to him in sweet pain, encouraging him, pressing gently upon him the beginning of a great faith that somewhere beyond was a place to meet again. In the many days that followed, it grew in him, but in a way no man or woman could see. It was a secret about which he built a wall, setting it apart from that stoical placidity of his nature which some people called indifference. Olaf could see farther than others because he had known Alan's father as a brother. It had always been that way with the elder Holt, straight, clean, deep breathing, and with a smile on his lips in times of hurt. Olaf had seen him face death like that. He had seen him rise up with awesome courage from the beautiful form that had turned to clay under his eyes, and fight forth again into a world burned to ashes. Something of that look which he had seen in the eyes of the father he saw in Alan's. In these days, when they nosed their way up the Alaskan coast together, only to himself did Alan speak the name of Mary Standish, just as his father had kept Elizabeth Holt's name sacred in his own heart. Olaf, with mildly casual eyes and strong in the possession of memories, observed how much alike they were, but discretion held his tongue, and he said nothing to Alan of many things that ran in his mind. He talked of Siberia, always of Siberia, and did not hurry on the way to seaward. Alan himself felt no great urge to make haste. The days were soft with the premature breath of summer. The nights were cold and filled with stars. Day after day, mountains hung about them like mighty castles, whose battlements reached up into the cloud draperies of the sky. They kept close to the mainland and among the islands, camping early each evening. Birds were coming northward by the thousand, and each night Olaf's campfire sent up the delicious aroma of flesh pots and roasts. When at last they reached seaward, and the time came for Olaf to turn back, there was an odd blinking in the old Swede's eyes, and as a final comfort, Alan told him again that the day would probably come when he would go to Siberia with him. After that he watched the Norden until the little boat was lost in the distance of the sea. Alone, Alan felt once more greater desire to reach his own country. And he was fortunate. 2 days after his arrival at Seawards, the steamer which carried mail and the necessities of life to the string of settlements reaching 1,000 miles out into the Pacific left Resurrection Bay, and he was given passage. Thereafter, the countless islands of the North Pacific drifted behind, while always northward were the grey cliffs of the Alaskan peninsula, with the ramparted ranges beyond, glistening with glaciers, smoking with occasional volcanoes, and at times so high their snowy peaks were lost in the clouds. First touching the hatchery at Karluk, and then the canneries at Uyak and Chignik, the mailboat visited the settlements on the island of Unga, and thence covered swiftly the 300 miles to Dutch Harbor and Unalaska. Again he was fortunate. Within a week he was berthed on a freighter, and on the 12th day of June set foot in Nome. His homecoming was unheralded, but the little grey town with its peculiar black shadowings, its sea of stovepipes, and its 2 solitary brick chimneys brought a lump of joy into his throat as he watched its growing outlines from the small boat that brought him ashore. He could see one of the only 2 brick chimneys in northern Alaska gleaming in the sun. Beyond it, 50 miles away, were the ragged peaks of the Sawtooth Range, looking as if one might walk to them in half an hour, and over all the world between seemed to hover a misty gloom. But it was where he had lived, where happiness and tragedy and unforgettable memories had come to him, and the welcoming of its frame buildings, its crooked streets, and what to others might have been ugliness was a warm and thrilling thing. For there were his people. Here were the men and women who were guarding the northern door of the world, an epic place, filled with strong hearts, courage, and a love of country as inextinguishable as one's love of life. From this drab little place, shut out from all the world for half the year, young men and women went down to southern universities, to big cities, to the glamour and lure of outside, but they always came back. Nome called them. Its loneliness in winter, its gray gloom in springtime, its glory in summer and autumn. It was the breeding place of a new race of men, and they loved it as Alan loved it. To him the black wireless tower meant more than the Statue of Liberty, the three weather-beaten church spires more than the architectural colossi of New York and Washington. Beside one of the churches he had played as a boy. He had seen the steeples painted, he had helped make the crooked streets, and his mother had laughed and lived and died here, and his father's footprints had been in the white sands of the beach when tents dotted the shore like gulls. When he stepped ashore, people stared at him and then greeted him. He was unexpected, and the surprise of his arrival added strength to the grip which men's hands gave him. He had not heard voices like theirs down in the States, with a gladness in them that was almost excitement. Small boys ran up to his side, and with white men came the Eskimo, grinning and shaking his hands. Word traveled swiftly that Alan Holt had come back from the States. Before the day was over, it was on its way to Shelton and Candle and Kevalik and Kotzebue Sound. Such was the beginning of his homecoming. But ahead of the news of his arrival, Alan walked up Front Street, stopped at Balke's restaurant for a cup of coffee, and then dropped casually into Lohman's offices in the Tin Bank building. For a week Alan remained in Nome. Carl Lohman had arrived a few days before, and his brothers were in from the big ranges of the Coris Peninsula. It had been a good winter and promised to be a tremendously successful summer. The Lohman herds would exceed 40,000 head when the final figures were in. 100 other herds were prospering, and the Eskimo and Lapps were full-cheeked and plump with good feeding and prosperity. 1/3 reindeer were on the hoof in Alaska, and the breeders were exultant. Pretty good when compared with the fact that in 1902 there were less than 5,000. In another 20 years there would be 10 million. But with this prosperity of the present and still greater promise for the future, Alan sensed the undercurrent of unrest and suspicion in Nome. After waiting and hoping through another long winter, with their best men fighting for Alaska's salvation at Washington, word was traveling from mouth to mouth, from settlement to settlement, and from range to range, that the bureaucracy which misgoverned them from thousands of miles away was not lifting a hand to relieve them. Federal office holders refused to surrender their deadly power, and their strangling methods were to continue. Coal, which should cost $10 a ton if dug from Alaska mines, would continue to cost $40. Cold storage from Nome would continue to be $52 a ton, when it should be $20. Commercial brigandage was still given letters of marque. Bureaus were fighting amongst themselves for greater power, and in the turmoil Alaska was still chained like a starving man just outside the reach of all the milk and honey in a wonderful land. Pauperizing, degrading, actually killing, the political misrule that had already driven 25% of Alaska's population from their homes was to continue indefinitely. A president of the United States had promised to visit the mighty land of the North and see with his own eyes. But would he come? There had been other promises, many of them, and promises had always been futile. but it was a hope that crept through Alaska, and upon this hope men whose courage never died began to build. Freedom was on its way, even if slowly. Justice must triumph ultimately, as it always triumphed. Rusty keys would at last be turned in the locks which had kept from Alaskans all the riches and resources of their country, and these men were determined to go on building against odds, that they might be better prepared for that freedom of human endeavor when it came. In these days, when the fires of achievement needed to be encouraged and not smothered, neither Alan nor Carl Loman emphasized the menace of gigantic financial interests like that controlled by John Graham, interests fighting to do away with the best friend Alaska ever had, the Biological Survey, and backing with all their power the ruinous legislation to put Alaska in the control of a group of 5 men, that an aggrandizement even more deadly than a suffocating policy of conservation might be more easily accomplished. Instead, they spread the optimism of men possessed of inextinguishable faith. The blackest days were gone. Rifts were breaking in the clouds. Intelligence was creeping through like rays of sunshine. The end of Alaska's serfdom was near at hand. So they preached, and knew they were preaching truth. For what remained of Alaska's men after years of hopelessness and distress were fighting men. And the women who had remained with them were the mothers and wives of a new nation in the making. These mothers and wives Alan met during his week in Nome. He would have given his life if a few million people in the States could have known these women. Something would have happened then, and the sisterhood of half a continent, possessing the power of the ballot, would have opened their arms to them. Men like John Graham would have gone out of existence. Alaska would have received her birthright. For these women were of the kind who greeted the sun each day, and the gloom of winter with something greater than hope in their hearts. They, too, were builders. Fear of God and love of land lay deep in their souls, and side by side with their menfolk they went on this epic struggle for the building of a nation at the top of the world. Many times during this week Alan felt it in his heart to speak of Mary Standish, but in the end, not even to Carl Loman did word of her escape his lips. The passing of each day had made her more intimately a part of him, and a secret part. He could not tell people about her. He even made evasions when questioned about his business and experiences at Cordova and up the coast. Curiously, she seemed nearer to him when he was away from other men and women. He remembered it had been that way with his father, who was always happiest when in the deep mountains or the unending tundras. And so Alan thrilled with an inner gladness when his business was finished and the day came for him to leave Nome. Carl Loman went with him as far as the big herd on Corris Peninsula. For 100 miles up to Shelton they rode over a narrow gauge, 4-foot railway on a hand car drawn by dogs. And it seemed to Alan at times as though Mary Standish were with him, riding in this strange way through a great wilderness. He could see her. That was the strange thing which began to possess him. There were moments when her eyes were shining softly upon him, her lips smiling, her presence so real he might have spoken to her if Loman had not been at his side. He did not fight against these visionings. It pleased him to think of her going with him into the heart of Alaska, riding the picturesque pup-mobile, losing herself in the mountains and in his tundras, with all the wonder and glory of a new world breaking upon her a little at a time, like the unfolding of a great mystery. For there was both wonder and glory in these countless miles running ahead and drifting behind, and the miracle of northward sweeping life. The days were long, Night, as Mary Standish had always known night, was gone. On the 20th of June there were 20 hours of day, with a dim and beautiful twilight between the hours of 11 and 1. Sleep was no longer a matter of the rising and setting of the sun, but was regulated by the hands of the watch. A world frozen to the core for 7 months was bursting open like a great flower. From Shelton, Alan and his companion visited the 80 or 90 people at Candle, and thence continued down the Kevalik River to Kevalik, on Kotzebue Sound. A Loman power boat run by Lapps carried them to Corris Peninsula, where for a week Alan remained with Loman and his huge herd of 15,000 reindeer. He was eager to go on, but tried to hide his impatience. Something was urging him, whipping him on to greater haste. For the first time in months he heard the crackling thunder of reindeer hoofs, and the music of it was like a wild call from his own herds hurrying him home. He was glad when the week-end came and his business was done. The power boat took him to Kotzebue. It was night as his watch went when Paul Davidovich started up the delta of the Kubrick River with him in a Lighterage Company's boat. But there was no darkness. In the afternoon of the 4th day they came to the Redstone, 200 miles above the mouth of the Kobuk as the river winds. They had supper together on the shore. After that Paul Davidovich turned back with the slow sweep of the current, waving his hand until he was out of sight. Not until the sound of the Russian's motorboat was lost in distance did Alan sense fully the immensity of the freedom that swept upon him. At last, after months that had seemed like so many years, he was alone. North and eastward stretched the unmarked trail which he knew so well, 150 miles straight as a bird might fly, almost unmapped, unpeopled, right up to the doors of his range in the slopes of the Endicott Mountains. A little cry from his own lips gave him a start. It was as if he had called out aloud to Tautuk and Amuktulik and to Keok and Navadluk, telling them he was on his way home and would soon be there. Never had his hidden land which he had found for himself seemed so desirable as it did in this hour. There was something about it that was all mothering, all good, all sweetly comforting to that other thing which had become a part of him now. It was holding out its arms to him, understanding, welcoming, inspiring him to travel strongly and swiftly the space between, and he was ready to answer its call. He looked at his watch. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He had spent a long day with the Russian, but he felt no desire for rest or sleep. The musk-tang of the tundras coming to him through the thin timber of the river courses worked like an intoxicant in his blood. It was the tundras he wanted, before he lay down upon his back with his face to the stars. He was eager to get away from timber and to feel the immeasurable space of the big country, the open country about him. What fool had given to it the name of barren lands? What idiots people were to lie about it in that way on the maps. He strapped his pack over his shoulders and seized his rifle. Barren lands. He set out walking like a man in a race, and long before the twilight hours of sleep they were sweeping out ahead of him in all their glory, the barren lands of the map-makers, his paradise. On a knoll he stood in the golden sun and looked about him. He set his pack down and stood with bared head, a whispering of cool wind in his hair. If Mary Standish could have lived to see this! He stretched out his arms as if pointing for her eyes to follow, and her name was in his heart and whispering on his silent lips. Immeasurable the tundras reached ahead of him, rolling, sweeping, treeless, green and golden, and a glory of flowers, athrill with a life no forest land had ever known. Under his feet was a crush of forget-me-nots and of white and purple violets, their sweet perfume filling his lungs as he breathed. Ahead of him lay a white sea of yellow-eyed daisies, with purple iris high as his knees in between. And as far as he could see, waving softly in the breeze, was the cotton-tufted sedge he loved. The pods were green. In a few days they would be opening, and the tundras would be white carpets. He listened to the call of life. It was about him everywhere. A melody of bird life, subdued and sleepy, even though the sun was still warmly aglow in the sky. 100 times he had watched this miracle of bird instinct, the going to bed of feathered creatures in the weeks and months when there was no real night. He picked up his pack and went on. From a pool hidden in the lush grasses of a distant hollow came to him the twilight honking of nesting geese and the quacking content of wild ducks. He heard the reed-like musical notes of a lone organ duck and the plaintive cries of plover, and farther out, where the shadows seemed deepening against the rim of the horizon, rose the harsh rolling notes of cranes and the raucous cries of the loons. And then, from a clump of willows near him, came a chirping twitter of a thrush whose throat was tired for the day, and the sweet, sleepy evening song of a robin. Night. Alan laughed softly, the pale flush of the sun in his face. Bedtime. He looked at his watch. It was 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, and the flowers still answering to the glow of the sun. And the people down there in the States called it a frozen land, a hell of ice and snow at the end of the earth, a place of the survival of the fittest. Well, to just such extremes had stupidity and ignorance gone through all the years of history, even though men called themselves super creatures of intelligence and knowledge. It was humorous, and it was tragic. At last he came to a shining pool between 2 tufted ridges, and in this velvety hollow the twilight was gathering like a shadow in a cup. A little creek ran out of the pool, and here Alan gathered soft grass and spread out his blankets. A great stillness drew in about him, broken only by the old squaws and the loons. At 11 o'clock he could still see clearly the sleeping waterfowl on the surface of the pool. But the stars were appearing. It grew duskier, and the rose tint of the sun faded into purple gloom as pale night drew near. 4 hours of rest that was neither darkness nor day. With a pillow of sedge and grass under his head he slept. The song and cry of bird life wakened him, and at dawn he bathed in the pool, with dozens of fluffy new-born ducks dodging away from him among the grasses and reeds. That day and the next and the day after that he traveled steadily into the heart of the tundra country, swiftly and almost without rest. It seemed to him at last that he must be in that country where all the bird life of the world was born. For wherever there was water in the pools and little streams and the hollows between the ridges, the voice of it in the morning was a babble of sound. Out of the sweet breast of the earth he could feel the irresistible pulse of motherhood filling him with its strength and its courage, and whispering to him its everlasting message, that because of the glory and need and faith of life had God created this land of 20-hour day and 4-hour twilight. In it, in these days of summer, was no abiding place for gloom. Yet in his own heart, as he drew near to his home, was a place of darkness which his light could not quite enter. The tundras had made Mary Standish more real to him. In the treeless spaces, in the vast reaches, with only the sky shutting out his vision, she seemed to be walking near to him, almost with her hand in his. At times it was like a torture inflicted upon him for his folly, and when he visioned what might have been, and recalled too vividly that it was he who had stilled with death that living glory which dwelt with him in spirit now, a crying sob of which he was not ashamed came from his lips. For when he thought too deeply, he knew that Mary Standish would have lived if he had said other things to her that night aboard the ship. She had died not for him, but because of him. Because in his failure to live up to what she believed she had found in him, he had broken down what must have been her last hope and her final faith. If he had been less blind, and God had given him the inspiration of a greater wisdom, she would have been walking with him now, laughing in the rose-tinted dawn, growing tired amid the flowers, sleeping under the clear stars, happy and unafraid, and looking to him for all things. At least so he dreamt, in his immeasurable loneliness. He did not tolerate the thought that other forces might have called her, even had she lived, and that she might not have been his to hold and to fight for. He did not question the possibility of shackles and chains that might have bound her, or other inclinations that might have led her. He claimed her, now that she was dead, and knew that living he would have possessed her. Nothing could have kept him from that, but she was gone, and for that he was accountable. And the fifth night he lay sleepless under the stars, and like a boy cried for her with his face upon his arm. And when morning came and went on, never had the world seemed so vast and empty. His face was grey and haggard, a face grown suddenly old, and he travelled slowly, for the desire to reach his people was dying within him. He could not laugh with Keok and Nawadlook, or give the old tundra call to Amok Toolik and his people, who would be riotous in their happiness at his return. They loved him. He knew that. Their love had been a part of his life, and the knowledge that his response to this love would be at best a poor and broken thing filled him with dread. A strange sickness crept through his blood. It grew in his head, so that when noon came he did not trouble himself to eat. It was late in the afternoon when he saw far ahead of him the clump of cottonwoods near the warm springs, very near his home. Often he had come to these old cottonwoods, an oasis of timber lost in the great tundras, and he had built himself a little camp among them. He loved the place. It had seemed to him that now and then he must visit the forlorn trees, to give them cheer and comradeship. His father's name was carved in the bole of the greatest of them all, and under it the date and day when he, the elder Holt, had discovered them in a land where no man had gone before. And under his father's name was his mother's, and under that his own. He had made of the place a sort of shrine, a green and sweet-flowered tabernacle of memories, and its bird-song and peace in summer, and the weird aloneness of it in winter, had played their parts in the making of his soul. Through many months he had anticipated this hour of his homecoming, when in the distance he would see the beckoning welcome of the old cottonwoods, with the rolling foothills and frosted peaks of the Endicott Mountains beyond. And now he was looking at the trees and the mountains, and something was lacking in the thrill of them. He came up from the west, between two willow ridges through which ran the little creek from the warm springs, and he was within a quarter of a mile of them when something stopped him in his tracks. At first he thought the sound was the popping of guns, but in a moment he knew it could not be so, and the truth flashed suddenly upon him. This day was the 4th of July, and someone in the cottonwoods was shooting firecrackers. A smile softened his lips. He recalled Keok's mischievous habit of lighting a whole bunch at one time, for which apparent wastefulness Nawadlook never failed to scold her. They had prepared for his homecoming with a celebration, and Tautuk and Amuk Tulik had probably imported a supply of big bangs from Alakakat or Tanana. The oppressive weight inside him lifted, and the smile remained on his lips. And then, as if commanded by a voice, his eyes turned to the dead cottonwood stub which had sentineled the little oasis of trees for many years. At the very crest of it, floating bravely in the breeze that came with the evening sun, was an American flag. He laughed softly. These were the people who loved him, who thought of him, who wanted him back. His heart beat faster, stirred by the old happiness, and he drew himself quickly into a strip of willows that grew almost up to the cottonwoods. He would surprise them. He would walk suddenly in among them, unseen and unheard. That was the sort of thing that would amaze and delight them. He came to the first of the trees and concealed himself carefully. He heard the popping of individual firecrackers and the louder bang of one of the giants that always made Nawadlook put her fingers in her pretty ears. He crept stealthily over a knoll, down through a hollow, and then up again to the opposite crest. It was as he had thought. He could see Keok 100 yards away, standing on the trunk of a fallen tree, and as he looked, she tossed another bunch of sputtering crackers away from her. The others were probably circled about her, out of his sight, watching her performance. He continued cautiously, making his way that he could come up behind a thick growth of bush unseen, within a dozen paces of them. At last he was as near as that to her, and Keok was still standing on the log with her back toward him. It puzzled him that he could not see or hear the others, and something about Keok puzzled him too. And then his heart gave a sudden throb and seemed to stop its beating. It was not Keok on the log, and it was not Nawadlook. He stood up and stepped out from his hiding place. The slender figure of the girl on the log turned a little, and he saw the glint of golden sunshine in her hair. He called out, "Keok!" Was he mad? Had the sickness in his head turned his brain? And then, "Mary!" he called. "Mary Standish!" She turned, and in that moment Alan Holt's face was the color of gray rock. It was the dead he had been thinking of, and it was the dead that had risen before him now. For it was Mary Standish who stood there on the old cottonwood log, shooting firecrackers in this evening of his homecoming. End of chapter 12 of The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 13 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 13. After that one calling of her name, Alan's voice was dead, and he made no movement. He could not disbelieve. It was not a mental illusion or a temporary upsetting of his sanity. It was truth. The shock of it was rending every nerve in his body, even as he stood as if carved out of wood. And then a strange relaxation swept over him. Some force seemed to pass out of his flesh, and his arms hung limp. She was there, alive. He could see the whiteness leave her face and a flush of color come into it, and he heard a little cry as she jumped down from the log and came toward him. It had all happened in a few seconds, but it seemed a long time to Alan. He saw nothing about her or beyond her. It was as if she were floating up to him out of the cold mists of the sea, and she stopped only a step away from him when she saw more clearly what was in his face. It must have been something that startled her. Vaguely he realized this and made an effort to recover himself. "You almost frightened me," she said. "We have been expecting you and watching for you, and I was out there a few minutes ago looking back over the tundra. The sun was in my eyes and I didn't see you." It seemed incredible that he should be hearing her voice, the same voice, unexcited, sweet and thrilling, speaking as if she had seen him yesterday and with a certain reserved gladness was welcoming him again today. It was impossible for him to realize in these moments the immeasurable distance that lay between their viewpoints. He was simply Alan Holt. She was the dead, risen to life. Many times in his grief he had visualized what he would do if some miracle could bring her back to him like this. He had thought of taking her in his arms and never letting her go. But now that the miracle had come to pass, and she was within his reach, he stood without moving, trying only to speak. "You, Mary Standish," he said at last. "I thought—" He did not finish. It was not himself speaking. It was another individual within him, a detached individual trying to explain his lack of physical expression. He wanted to cry out his gladness, to shout with joy, yet the directing soul of action in him was stricken. She touched his arm hesitatingly. "I didn't think you would care," she said. "I thought you wouldn't mind if I came up here." "Care?" The word was like an explosion, setting things loose in his brain, and the touch of her hand sent a sweep of fire through him. He heard himself cry out, a strange, unhuman sort of cry, as he swept her to his breast. He held her close, crushing kisses upon her mouth, his fingers buried in her hair, her slender body almost broken in his arms. She was alive. She had come back to him, and he forgot everything in these blind moments but that great truth which was sweeping over him in a glorious inundation. Then suddenly he found that she was fighting him, struggling to free herself and putting her hands against his face in her efforts. She was so close that he seemed to see nothing but her eyes, and in them he did not see what he had dreamt of finding, but horror. It was a stab that went into his heart, and his arms relaxed. She staggered back, trembling and swaying a little as she got her breath, her face very white. He had hurt her. The hurt was in her eyes, in the way she looked at him, as if he had become a menace from which she would run if he had not taken the strength from her. As she stood there, her parted lips showing the red of his kisses, her shining hair almost undone, he held out his hands mutely. "You think I came here for that?" she panted. "No," he said. "Forgive me. I'm sorry." It was not anger that he saw in her face. It was instead a mingling of shock and physical hurt, a measurement of him now, as she looked at him, which recalled her to him as she had stood that night with her back against his cabin door. Yet he was not trying to piece things together. Even subconsciously that was impossible, for all life in him was centered in the one stupendous thought that she was not dead, but living, and he did not wonder why. There was no question in his mind as to the manner in which she had been saved from the sea. He felt a weakness in his limbs. He wanted to laugh, to cry out, to give himself up to strange inclinations for a moment or two, like a woman. Such was the shock of his happiness. It crept in a living fluid through his flesh. She saw it in the swift change of the rock-like color in his face, and his quicker breathing, and was a little amazed. But Alan was too completely possessed by the one great thing to discover the astonishment growing in her eyes. "You are alive," he said, giving voice again to the one thought pounding in his brain. Alive! It seemed to him that word wanted to utter itself an impossible number of times. Then the truth that was partly dawning came entirely to the girl. "Mr. Holt, did you not receive my letter at Nome?" she asked. "Your letter? At Nome?" He repeated the words, shaking his head. "No." "And all this time you have been thinking I was dead?" He nodded, because the thickness in his throat made it the easier form of speech. "I wrote you there," she said. "I wrote the letter before I jumped into the sea. I went to Nome with Captain Rifle's ship." "I didn't get it." "You didn't get it?" There was a wonderment in her voice, and then, if he had observed it, understanding. "Then you didn't mean that just now? You didn't intend to do it? It was because you had blamed yourself for my death, and it was a great relief to find me alive? That was it, wasn't it?" Stupidly he nodded again. "Yes, it was a great relief. You see, I had faith in you even when you wouldn't help me," she went on. "So much faith that I trusted you with my secret in the letter I wrote. To all the world but you I am dead. To Rossland, Captain Rifle, everyone. In my letter I told you I had arranged with a young Thlinkit Indian. He smuggled the canoe over the side just before I leaped in, and picked me up. I'm a good swimmer. Then he paddled me ashore while the boats were making their search." In a moment she had placed a gulf between them again, on the other side of which she stood unattainable. It was inconceivable that only a few moments ago he had crushed her in his arms. The knowledge that he had done this thing, and that she was looking at him now as if it had never happened, filled him with a smothering sense of humiliation. She made it impossible for him to speak about it, even to apologize more fully. "Now I'm here," she was saying in a quiet, possessive sort of way. "I didn't think of coming when I jumped into the sea. I made up my mind afterward. I think it was because I met a little man with red whiskers, whom you once pointed out to me in the smoking saloon of the Nome. And so I'm your guest, Mr. Holt." There was not the slightest suspicion of apology in her voice as she smoothed back her hair where he had crumpled it. It was as if she belonged here, and had always belonged here, and was giving him permission to enter her domain. Shock was beginning to pass away from him, and he could feel his feet upon the earth once more. His spirit visions of her as she had walked hand in hand with him during the past weeks, her soft eyes filled with love, faded away before the reality of Mary Standish in flesh and blood, her quiet mastery of things, her almost omniscient unapproachableness. He reached out his hands, but there was a different light in his eyes, and she placed her own in them confidently. "It was like a bolt of lightning," he said, his voice free at last and trembling. "Day and night I have been thinking of you, dreaming of you, and cursing myself because I believed I had killed you. And now I find you alive and here." She was so near that the hands he clasped lay against his breast. But reason had returned to him, and he saw the folly of dreams. "It is difficult to believe. Out there I thought I was sick. Perhaps I am. But I am not sick, and you are really you. I am glad. If I wake up and find I have imagined it all, as I imagined so many of the other things." He laughed, freeing her hands, and looking into eyes shining half out of tears at him. But he did not finish. She drew away from him, with the lingering of her fingertips on his arms, and the little heartbeat in her throat revealed itself clearly again, as on that night in his cabin. "I have been thinking of you back there, every hour, every step," he said, making a gesture toward the tundras over which he had come. "Then I heard the firecrackers and saw the flag. It is almost as if I had created you." A quick answer was on her lips, but she stopped it. "And when I found you here, and you didn't fade away like a ghost, I thought something was wrong with my head. Something must have been wrong, I guess, or I wouldn't have done that. You see, it puzzled me that a ghost should be setting off firecrackers, and I suppose that was the first impulse I had of making sure you were real." A voice came from the edge of the cottonwoods beyond them. It was a clear, wild voice with a sweet thrill in it. "Mary!" it called. "Mary!" "Supper," nodded the girl. "You are just in time. And then we are going home in the twilight." It made his heart thump, that casual way in which she spoke of his place as home. She went ahead of him, with the sun glinting in the soft coils of her hair, and he picked up his rifle and followed, eyes and soul filled only with the beauty of her slim figure, a glory of life where for a long time he had fashioned a spirit of the dead. They came into an open, soft with grass and strewn with flowers, and in this open a man was kneeling beside a fire no larger than his 2 hands, and at his side watching him stood a girl with the 2 braids of black hair rippling down her back. It was Nawadlook, who turned first and saw who it was with Mary Standish, and from his right came an odd little screech that only one person in the world could make, and that was Keok. She dropped the armful of sticks she had gathered for the fire and made straight for him, while Nawadlook, taller and less like a wild creature in the manner of her coming, was only a moment behind. And then he was shaking hands with Stampede, and Keok had slipped down among the flowers and was crying. That was like Keok. She always cried when he went away, and cried when he returned. And then, in another moment, it was Keok who was laughing first, and Alan noticed she no longer wore her hair in braids, as the quieter Nawadlook persisted in doing, but had it coiled about her head, just as Mary Standish wore her own. These details pressed themselves upon him in a vague and unreal sort of way. No one, not even Mary Standish, could understand how his mind and nerves were fighting to recover themselves. His senses were swimming back one by one to a vital point from which they had been swept by an unexpected sea, gripping rather incoherently at unimportant realities as they assembled themselves. In the edge of the tundra beyond the cottonwoods he noticed 3 saddle deer grazing at the ends of ropes, which were fastened to cotton-tufted niggerheads. He drew off his pack as Mary Standish went to help Keok pick up the fallen sticks. Nawadlook was pulling a coffee pot from the tiny fire. Stampede began to fill a pipe. He realized that because they had expected him, if not today, then tomorrow, or the next day, or a day soon after that, no one had experienced shock but himself. And with a mighty effort he reached back and dragged the old Alan Holt into existence again. It was like bringing an intelligence out of darkness into light. It was difficult for him, afterward, to remember just what happened during the next half hour. The amazing thing was that Mary Standish sat opposite him, with the cloth on which Nawadlook had spread the supper things between them, and that she was the same clear-eyed, beautiful Mary Standish who had sat across the table from him in the dining saloon of the Noom. Not until later, when he stood alone with Stampede Smith in the edge of the cottonwoods, and the three girls were riding deer back over the tundra in the direction of the range, did the sea of questions which had been gathering begin to sweep upon him. It had been Keok's suggestion that she and Mary and Nawadlook ride on ahead, and he had noticed how quickly Mary Standish had caught at the idea. She had smiled at him as she left, and a little farther out had waved her hand at him, as Keok and Nawadlook both had done, but not another word had passed between them alone. And as they rode off in the warm glow of sunset, Alan stood watching them, and would have stared without speech until they were out of sight, if Stampede's fingers had not gripped his arm. "Now, go to it, Alan," he said. "I'm ready. Give me hell." End of chapter 13 of The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 14 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 14. It was thus, with a note of something inevitable in his voice, that Stampede brought Alan back solidly to earth. There was a practical and awakening inspiration in the manner of the little red-whiskered man's invitation. "I've been a damned fool," he confessed, "and I'm waiting." The word was like a key opening a door through which a flood of things began to rush in upon Alan. There were other fools, and evidently he had been one. His mind went back to the gnome. It seemed only a few hours ago, only yesterday, that the girl had so artfully deceived them all, and he had gone through hell because of that deception. The trickery had been simple, and exceedingly clever because of its simplicity. It must have taken a tremendous amount of courage, now that he clearly understood that at no time had she wanted to die. "I wonder," he said, "why she did a thing like that." Stampede shook his head, misunderstanding what was in Alan's mind. "I couldn't keep her back, not unless I tied her to a tree." And he added, "The little witch even threatened to shoot me." A flash of exultant humor filled his eyes. "Begin, Alan. I'm waiting. Go the limit." "For what?" "For letting her ride over me, of course. For bringing her up. For not shuffling her in the bush. You can't take it out of her hide, can you?" He twisted his red whiskers, waiting for an answer. Alan was silent. Mary Standish was leading the way up out of a dip in the tundra, a quarter of a mile away, with Nawadlook and Keok close behind her. They trotted up a low ridge and disappeared. "It's none of my business," persisted Stampede. "But you didn't seem to expect her." "You're right," interrupted Alan, turning toward his pack. "I didn't expect her. I thought she was dead." A low whistle escaped Stampede's lips. He opened his mouth to speak and closed it again. Alan observed him as he slipped the pack over his shoulders. Evidently his companion did not know Mary Standish was the girl who had jumped overboard from the Nome, and if she had kept her secret, it was not his business, just now, to explain, even though he guessed that Stampede's quick wits would readily jump at the truth. A light was beginning to dispel the little man's bewilderment as they started toward the range. He had seen Mary Standish frequently aboard the Nome. A number of times he had observed her in Alan's company, and he knew of the hours they had spent together in Skagway. Therefore, if Alan had believed her dead when they went ashore at Cordova, a few hours after the supposed tragedy, it must have been she who jumped into the sea. He shrugged his shoulders in deprecation of his failure to discover this amazing fact in his association with Mary Standish. "It beats the devil!" he exclaimed suddenly. "It does," agreed Alan. Cold, hard reason began to shoulder itself inevitably against the happiness that possessed him, and questions which he had found no interest in asking when aboard ship leaped upon him with compelling force. Why was it so tragically important to Mary Standish that the world should believe her dead? What was it that had driven her to appeal to him, and afterward to jump into the sea? What was her mysterious association with Rossland, an agent of Alaska's deadliest enemy, John Graham, the one man upon whom he had sworn vengeance if opportunity ever came his way? Over him, clubbing other emotions with its insistence, rode a demand for explanations which it was impossible for him to make. Stampede saw the tense lines in his face and remained silent in the lengthening twilight, while Alan's mind struggled to bring coherence and reason out of a tidal wave of mystery and doubt. Why had she come to his cabin aboard the Nome? Why had she played him with such conspicuous intent against Rossland? And why, in the end, had she preceded him to his home in the tundras? It was this question which persisted, never for an instant swept aside by the others. She had not come because of love for him. In a brutal sort of way he had proved that, for when he had taken her in his arms, he had seen distress and fear and a flash of horror in her face. Another and more mysterious force had driven her. The joy in him was a living flame even as this realization pressed upon him. He was like a man who had found life after a period of something that was worse than death, and with his happiness he felt himself twisted upon an upheaval of conflicting sensations and half-convictions, out of which, in spite of his efforts to hold it back, suspicion began to creep like a shadow. But it was not the sort of suspicion to cool the thrill in his blood or frighten him. For he was quite ready to concede that Mary Standish was a fugitive, and that her flight from Seattle had been in the face of a desperate necessity. What had happened aboard ship was further proof, and her presence at his range a final one. Forces had driven her which it had been impossible for her to combat, and in desperation she had come to him for refuge. She had chosen him out of all the world to help her. She believed in him. She had faith that with him no harm could come, and his muscles tightened with sudden desire to fight for her. In these moments he became conscious of the evening song of the tundras and the soft splendor of the miles reaching out ahead of them. He strained his eyes to catch another glimpse of the mounted figures when they came out of hollows to the clough tops, but the lazy veils of evening were drawing closer, and he looked in vain. Birdsong grew softer. Sleepy cries rose from the grasses and pools. The fire of the sun itself died out, leaving its radiance in a mingling of vivid rose and mellow gold over the edge of the world. It was night, and yet day, and Alan wondered what thoughts were in the heart of Mary Standish. What had driven her to the range was of small importance compared with the thrilling fact that she was just ahead of him. The mystery of her would be explained tomorrow, he was sure of that. She would confide in him, now that she had so utterly placed herself under his protection. She would tell him what she had not dared to disclose aboard the Nome. So he thought only of the silvery distance of twilight that separated them, and spoke at last to Stampede. "I'm rather glad you brought her," he said. "I didn't bring her," protested Stampede. "She came." He shrugged his shoulders with a grunt. "And furthermore, I didn't manage it. She did that herself. She didn't come with me. I came with her." He stopped and struck a match to light his pipe. Over the tiny flame he glared fiercely at Alan, but in his eyes was something that betrayed him. Alan saw it and felt a desire to laugh out of sheer happiness. His keen vision and sense of humor were returning. "How did it happen?" Stampede puffed loudly at his pipe, then took it from his mouth and drew in a deep breath. "First I remember was the 4th night after we landed at Cordova. Couldn't get a train on the new line until then. Somewhere up near Chitina we came to a washout. It didn't rain. You couldn't call it that, Alan. It was the Pacific Ocean falling on us, with 2 or 3 other oceans backing it up. The stage came along, horses swimming, coach floating, driver half drowned in his seat. I was that hungry I got in for Chitina. There was one other climbed in after me, and I wondered what sort of fool he was. I said something about being starved or I'd have hung to the train. The other didn't answer. Then I began to swear. I did, Alan. I cursed terrible. Swore at the government for building such a road, swore at the rain, and I swore at myself for not bringing along grub. I said my belly was as empty as a shoot-off cartridge, and I said it good and loud. I was mad. Then a big flash of lightning lit up the coach. Alan, it was her sitting there with a box in her lap, facing me, dripping wet, her eyes shining, and she was smiling at me. Yes, sir, smiling. Stampede paused to let the shock sink in. He was not disappointed. Alan stared at him in amazement. The 4th night after? He caught himself. Go on, Stampede. I began hunting for the latch of the door, Alan. I was going to sneak out, drop in the mud, disappear before the lightning come again. But it caught me, and there she was undoing the box, and I heard her saying she had plenty of good stuff to eat, and she called me Stampede like she known me all her life. And with that coach rolling and rocking, and the thunder and lightning and rain piling up against each other like sin, she came over and sat down beside me and began to feed me. She did that, Alan. Fed me. When the lightning fired up, I could see her eyes shining and her lips smiling as if all that hell about us made her happy. And I thought she was plumb crazy. Before I knew it, she was telling me how you pointed me out to her in the smoking room, and how happy she was that I was going her way. Her way, mind you, Alan, not mine. And that's just the way she kept me going, up to the minute you hove in sight back there in the cottonwoods. He lighted his pipe again. Alan, how the devil did she know I was hitting the trail for your place? She didn't, replied Alan. But she did. She said that meeting with me in the coach was the happiest moment of her life because she was on her way up to your range, and I'd be such jolly good company for her. Jolly good, them were the words she used. When I asked her if you knew she was coming up, she said no, of course not, and that it was going to be a grand surprise. Said it was possible she'd buy your range, and she wanted to look it over before you arrived. And it seems queer I can't remember anything more about the thunder and lightning between there and Chitina. When we took the train again, she began asking a million questions about you and the range in Alaska. Soak me if you want to, Alan, but everything I knew she got out of me between Chitina and Fairbanks, and she got it in such a surefire, nice way that I'd have eat soap out of her hand if she'd offered it to me. Then, sort of sly and soft-like, she began asking questions about John Graham, and I woke up. John Graham? Alan repeated the name. Yes, John Graham, and I had a lot to tell. After that I tried to get away from her, but she caught me just as I was sneaking aboard a downriver boat, and cool as you please, with her hand on my arm, she said she wasn't quite ready to go yet, and would I please come and help her carry some stuff she was going to buy? Alan, it ain't a lie what I'm going to tell you. She led me up the street telling me what a wonderful idea she had for surprising you. Said she knew you would return to the range by the 4th of July, and we sure must have some fireworks. Said you was such a good American you'd be disappointed if you didn't have them. So she took me in a store and bought it out. Asked the man what he'd take for everything in his joint that had powder in it. $500. That was what she paid. She pulled a silk something out of the front of her dress with a pad of $100 bills in it, an inch thick. Then she asked me to get them firecrackers and wheels and skyrockets and balloons and other stuff down to the boat. And she asked me just as if I was a sweet little boy who'd be tickled to death to do it. In the excitement of unburdening himself of a matter which he had borne in secret for many days, Stampede did not observe the effect of his words upon his companion. Incredulity shot into Alan's eyes, and the humorous lines about his mouth vanished when he saw clearly that Stampede was not drawing upon his imagination. Yet what he had told him seemed impossible. Mary Standish had come aboard the Nome a fugitive. All her possessions she had brought with her in a small handbag, and these things she had left in her cabin when she leaped into the sea. How then could she logically have had such a sum of money at Fairbanks as Stampede described? Was it possible that Thlinkit Indian had also become her agent in transporting the money ashore on the night she played a desperate game by making the world believe she had died? And was this money, possibly the manner in which she had secured it in Seattle, the cause of her flight and the clever scheme she had put into execution a little later? He had been thinking crime, and his face grew hot at the sin of it. It was like thinking it of another woman who was dead and whose name was cut under his father's in the old cottonwood tree. Stampede, having gained his wind, was saying, "You don't seem interested, Alan, but I'm going on or I'll bust. I've got to tell you what happened, and then if you want to lead me out and shoot me, I won't say a word. I say, curse the firecracker anyway." "Go on," urged Alan. "I am interested." "I got him on the boat," continued Stampede viciously, "and she with me every minute, smiling in that angel way of hers, and not letting me out of her sight a flick of her eyelash, unless there was only one hole to go in and come out at. And then she said she wanted to do a little shopping, which meant going into every shack in town and buying something, and I did the lugging. At last she bought a gun, and when I asked her what she was going to do with it, she said, 'Stampede, that's for you.' And when I went to thank her, she said, 'No, I don't mean it that way. I mean that if you try to run away from me again, I'm going to fill you full of holes.' She said that, threatened me. Then she bought me a new outfit from toe to summit, boots, pants, shirt, hat, and necktie. And I didn't say a word, not a word. She just led me in and bought what she wanted and made me put them on." Stampede drew in a mighty breath, and a fourth time wasted a match on his pipe. "I was getting used to it by the time we reached Tanana," he half groaned. "Then the hell of it began. She hired 6 Indians to tote the luggage, and we set out over the trail for your place. 'You're going to have a rest, Stampede,' she says to me, smiling so cool and sweet like you wanted to eat her alive. 'All you've got to do is show us the way and carry the bums.' 'Carry the what?' I asks. 'The bums,' she says, and then she explains that a bum is a thing filled with powder which makes a terrible racket when it goes off. So I took the bums, and the next day one of the Indians sprained a leg and dropped out. He had the firecrackers, pretty near 100 pounds, and we whacked up his load among us. I couldn't stand up straight when we camped. We had crooks in our backs every inch of the way to the range. And would she let us cache some of that junk? Not on your life she wouldn't. And all the time, while they was puffing and panting, them Indians was worshipping her with their eyes. The last day, when we camped with the range almost in sight, she drew 'em all up in a circle about her and gave 'em each a handful of money above their pay. 'That's because I love you,' she says. And then she begins asking them funny questions. Did they have wives and children? Were they ever hungry? Did they ever know about any of their people starving to death? And just why did they starve? And Alan, so help me thunder if them Indians didn't talk. Never heard Indians tell so much. And in the end she asked them the funniest question of all. Asked them if they'd heard of a man named John Graham. And one of them had. And afterward I saw her talking a long time with him alone. And when she come back to me her eyes were sort of burning up, and she didn't say good night when she went into her tent. That's all, Alan, except—" "Except what, Stampede?" said Alan, his heart throbbing like a drum inside. Stampede took his time to answer, and Alan heard him chuckling and saw a flash of humor in the little man's eyes. "Except that she's done with everyone on the range just what she did with me between Chitina and here," he said. "Alan, if she wants to say the word, why, you ain't boss anymore, that's all. She's been here 10 days, and you won't know the place. It's all done up in flags waiting for you. She and Nawadlook and Keok are running everything but the deer. The kids would leave their mothers for her, and the men," he chuckled again, "why, the men even go to Sunday school she started. I went. Nawadlook sings." For a moment he was silent. Then he said in a subdued voice, "Alan, you've been a big fool." "I know it, Stampede." "She's a flower, Alan. She's worth more than all the gold in the world. And you could have married her, I know it. But it is too late now. I'm warning you." "I don't quite understand, Stampede. Why is it too late?" "Because she likes me," declared Stampede a bit fiercely. "I'm after her myself, Alan. You can't butt in now." "Great Scott!" gasped Alan. "You mean that, Mary Standish?" "I'm not talking about Mary Standish," said Stampede. "It's Nawadlook. If it wasn't for my whiskers—" His words were broken by a sudden detonation which came out of the pale gloom ahead of them. It was like the explosion of a cannon a long distance away. "One of them cussed bums," he explained. "That's why they hurried on ahead of us, Alan. She says this 4th of July celebration is going to mean a lot for Alaska." "Wonder what she means." "I wonder," said Alan. End of chapter 14 of The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 15 of The Alaskan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 15. Half an hour more of the tundra, and they came to what Alan named Goose Kloof, a deep and jagged scar in the face of the earth, running down from the foothills of the mountains. It was a sinister thing. In the depths lay abysmal darkness as they descended a rocky path worn smooth by reindeer and caribou hoofs. At the bottom, 100 feet below, the twilight of the plains. Alan dropped on his knees beside a little spring that he groped for among the stones, and as he drank he could hear the weird whispering and gurgling of water up and down the kloof, choked and smothered in the moss of the rock walls and eternally dripping from the crevices. Then he saw Stampede's face in the glow of another match, and the little man's eyes were staring into the black chasm that reached for miles up into the mountains. "Alan, you've been up this gorge?" "It's a favorite runaway for the lynx and big brown bears that kill our fawns," replied Alan. "I hunt alone, Stampede. The place is supposed to be haunted, you know. Ghost Kloof, I call it, and no Eskimo will enter it. The bones of dead men lie up there." "Never prospected it?" persisted Stampede. "Never." Alan heard the other's grunt of disgust. "You reindeer crazy," he grumbled. "There's gold in this canyon. Twice I've found it where there were dead men's bones. They bring me good luck. But these were Eskimos. They didn't come for gold." "I know it. The boss settled that for me. When she heard what was the matter with this place, she made me take her into it. Nerve? Say, I'm telling you, there wasn't any of it left out of her when she was born." He was silent for a moment and then added, "When we came to that dripping slimy rock with the big yellow skull laying there like a poisoned toadstool, she didn't screech and pull back, but just gave a little gasp and stared at it hard, and her fingers pinched my arm until it hurt. It was a devilish-looking thing, yellow, a sick orange, and soppy with the drip of the wet moss over it. I wanted to blow it to pieces, and I guess I would if she hadn't put a hand on my gun. And with a funny little smile she says, 'Don't do it, Stampede. It makes me think of someone I know, and I wouldn't want you to shoot him.' Darned funny thing to say, wasn't it? Made her think of someone she knew. Now, who the devil could look like a rotten skull?" Alan made no effort to reply except to shrug his shoulders. They climbed out of gloom into the light of the plain. Smoothness of the tundra was gone on this side of the crevasse. Ahead of them rolled up a low hill, and mountainward hills piled one upon another until they were lost in misty distance. From the crest of the ridge they looked out into a vast deep tundra which ran in among the outguarding billows and hills of the Endicott Mountains in the form of a wide semicircular bay. Beyond the next swell in the tundra lay the range, and scarcely had they reached this when Stampede drew his big gun from its holster. Twice he blazed in the air. "Orders," he said a little sheepishly. "Orders, Alan." Scarcely were the words out of his mouth when a yell came to them from beyond the light mists that hovered like floating lace over the tundra. It was joined by another and still another, until there was such a sound that Alan knew Tautuk and Amuk Tulik and Topkok and Tatpan and all the others were splitting their throats in welcome. And with it very soon came a series of explosions that set the earth athrill under their feet. "Bums," growled Stampede. "She's got chink lanterns hanging up all about too. You should have seen her face, Alan, when she found there was sunlight all night up here on July 4th. From the range a pale streak went sizzling into the air, mounting until it seemed to pause for a moment to look down upon the grey world, then burst into innumerable little balls of puffy smoke. Stampede blazed away with his .45, and Alan felt the thrill of it and emptied the magazine of his gun, the detonations of revolver and rifle drowning the chorus of sound that came from the range. A second rocket answered them. 2 columns of flame leaped up from the earth as huge fires gained headway, and Alan could hear the shrill chorus of children's voices mingling with the vocal tumult of men. All the people of his range were there. They had come in from the timber-naked plateau and high ranges where the herds were feeding, and from the outlying shacks of the tundras to greet him. Never had there been such a concentration of effort on the part of his people, and Mary Standish was behind it all. He knew he was fighting against odds when he tried to keep that fact from choking up his heart a little. He had not heard what Stampede was saying, that he and Amuk Tulik and 40 kids had labored a week gathering dry moss and timber fuel for the big fires. There were 3 of these fires now, and the tom-toms were booming their hollow notes over the tundra as Alan quickened his steps. Over a little knoll, and he was looking at the buildings of the range, wildly excited figures running about, women and children flinging moss on the fires, the tom-tom beaters squatted in a half-circle facing the direction from which he would come, and 50 Chinese lanterns swinging in the soft night breeze. He knew what they were expecting of him, for they were children, all of them. Even Tautuk and Amuk Tulik, his chief herdsmen, were children. Nawadlook and Keok were children, strong and loyal and ready to die for him in any fight or stress. They were still children. He gave Stampede his rifle and hastened on, determined to keep his eyes from questing for Mary Standish in these first minutes of his return. He sounded the tundra call, and men, women, and little children came running to meet him. The drumming of the tom-toms ceased, and the beaters leaped to their feet. He was inundated. There was a shrill crackling of voice, laughter, children's squeals, a babble of delight. He gripped hands with both his own, hard, thick, brown hands of men, little, softer, brown hands of women. He lifted children up in his arms, slapped his palm affectionately against the men's shoulders, and talked, calling each by name without a slip of memory, though there were 50 around him counting the children. First, last, and always, these were his people. The old pride swept over him, a compelling sense of power and possession. They loved him, crowding in about him like a great family, and he shook hands 2 and 3 times with the same men and women, and lifted the same children from the arms of delighted mothers, and cried out greetings and familiarities with an abandon which a few minutes ago knowledge of Mary Standish's presence would have tempered. Then suddenly he saw her under the Chinese lanterns in front of his cabin. Sukwenna, so old that he hobbled double and looked like a witch, stood beside her. In a moment Sukwenna's head disappeared, and there came the booming of a tom-tom. As quickly as the crowd had gathered about him, it fell away. The beaters squatted themselves in their semicircle again. Fireworks began to go off. Dancers assembled. Rockets hissed through the air. Roman candles popped. From the open door of his cabin came the sound of a phonograph. It was aimed directly at him, the one thing intended for his understanding alone. It was playing, "When Johnny Comes Marching Home." Mary Standish had not moved. He saw her laughing at him, and she was alone. She was not the Mary Standish he had known aboard ship. Fear, the quiet pallor of her face, and the strain and repression which had seemed to be a part of her were gone. She was aflame with life. Yet it was not with voice or action that she revealed herself. It was in her eyes, the flush of her cheeks and lips, the poise of her slim body as she waited for him. A thought flashed upon him that for a space she had forgotten herself and the shadow which had driven her to leap into the sea. "It's splendid," she said when he came up to her, and her voice trembled a little. "I didn't guess how badly they wanted you back. It must be a great happiness to have people think of you like that." "And I thank you for your part," he replied. "Stampede has told me. It was quite a bit of trouble, wasn't it, with nothing more than the hope of Americanizing a pageant to inspire you?" He nodded at the half-dozen flags over his cabin. "They're rather pretty." "It was no trouble, and I hope you don't mind. It has been great fun." He tried to look casually out upon his people as he answered her. It seemed to him there was only one thing to say, and that it was a duty to speak what was in his mind calmly and without emotion. "Yes, I do mind," he said. "I mind so much that I wouldn't trade what has happened for all the gold in these mountains. I'm sorry because of what happened back in the cottonwoods, but I wouldn't trade that either. I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad you're here. But something is missing. You know what it is? You must tell me about yourself. It is the only fair thing for you to do now." She touched his arm with her hand. "Let us wait for tomorrow. Please, let us wait." "And then, tomorrow?" "It is your right to question me and send me back if I am not welcome. But not tonight. All this is too fine, just you and your people and their happiness." He bent his head to catch her words, almost drowned by the hissing of a skyrocket and the popping of firecrackers. She nodded toward the building beyond his cabin. "I'm with Keok and Nawadlook. They have given me a home." And then swiftly she added, "I don't think you love your people more than I do, Alan Holt." Nawadlook was approaching, and with a lingering touch of her fingers on his arm, she drew away from him. His face did not show his disappointment, nor did he make a movement to keep her with him. "Your people are expecting things of you," she said. "A little later, if you ask me, I may dance with you to the music of the tom-toms." He watched her as she went away with Nawadlook. She looked back at him and smiled, and there was something in her face which set his heart beating faster. She had been afraid aboard the ship, but she was not afraid of tomorrow. Thought of it and the questions he would ask did not frighten her, and a happiness which he had persistently held away from himself triumphed in a sudden, submerging flood. It was as if something in her eyes and voice had promised him that the dreams he had dreamt through weeks of torture and living death were coming true, and that possibly in her ride over the tundra that night she had come a little nearer to the truth of what those weeks had meant to him. Surely he would never quite be able to tell her, and what she said to him tomorrow would in the end make little difference. She was alive, and he could not let her go away from him again. He joined the tom-tom beaters and the dancers. It rather amazed him to discover himself doing things which he had never done before. His nature was an aloof one, observing and sympathetic, but always more or less detached. At his people's dances it was his habit to stand on the sideline, smiling and nodding encouragement, but never taking a part. His habit of reserve fell from him now, and he seemed possessed of a new sense of freedom and a new desire to give physical expression to something within him. Stampede was dancing. He was kicking his feet and howling with the men, while the women dancers went through the muscular movements of arms and bodies. A chorus of voices invited Alan. They had always invited him. and tonight he accepted and took his place between Stampede and Amok Toolik, and the tom-tom beaters almost burst their instruments in their excitement. Not until he dropped out, half breathless, did he see Mary Standish and Keok in the outer circle. Keok was frankly amazed. Mary Standish's eyes were shining, and she clapped her hands when she saw that he had observed her. He tried to laugh and waved his hand, but he felt too foolish to go to her. And then the balloon went up, a big 6-foot balloon, and with all its fire made only pale glow in the sky. And after another hour of handshaking, shoulder clapping, and asking of questions about health and domestic matters, Alan went to his cabin. He looked about the one big room that was his living room, and it never had seemed quite so comforting as now. At first he thought it was as he had left it, for there was his desk where it should be, the big table in the middle of the room, the same pictures on the walls, his gun rack filled with polished weapons, his pipes, the rugs on the floor, and then, one at a time, he began to observe things that were different. In place of dark shades there were soft curtains at his windows, and new covers on his table, and the homemade couch in the corner. On his desk were 2 pictures in copper-colored frames, one of George Washington and the other of Abraham Lincoln, and behind them, crisscrossed against the wall just over the top of the desk, were 4 tiny American flags. They recalled Alan's mind to the evening aboard the Nome, when Mary Standish had challenged his assertion that he was an Alaskan and not an American. Only she would have thought of those 2 pictures and the little flags. There were flowers in his room, and she had placed them there. She must have picked fresh flowers each day and kept them waiting the hour of his coming, and she had thought of him in Tanana, where she had purchased the cloth for the curtains and the covers. He went into his bedroom and found new curtains at the window, a new coverlet on his bed, and a pair of red morocco slippers that he had never seen before. He took them up in his hands and laughed when he saw how she had misjudged the size of his feet. In the living room he sat down and lighted his pipe, observing that Keok's phonograph, which had been there earlier in the evening, was gone. Outside the noise of the celebration died away, and the growing stillness drew him to the window from which he could see the cabin where lived Keok and Nawadlook, with their foster father, the old and shriveled Sokwenna. It was there Mary Standish had said she was staying. For a long time Alan watched it, while the final sounds of night drifted away into utter silence. It was a knock at his door that turned him about at last, and in answer to his invitation Stampede came in. He nodded and sat down. Shiftingly his eyes traveled about the room. "Been a fine night, Alan. Everybody glad to see you." "They seem to be. I'm happy to be home again." "Mary Standish did a lot. She fixed up this room." "I guessed as much," replied Alan. "Of course Keok and Nawadlook helped her." "Not very much. She did it. Made the curtains, put them pictures and flags there, picked the flowers. Been nice and thoughtful, hasn't she?" "And somewhat unusual," added Alan. "And she's pretty?" "Most decidedly so." There was a puzzling look in Stampede's eyes. He twisted nervously in his chair and waited for words. Alan sat down opposite him. "What's on your mind, Stampede?" "Hell, mostly," shot back Stampede with sudden desperation. "I've come loaded down with a dirty job, and I've kept it back this long because I didn't want to spoil your fun tonight. I guess a man ought to keep to himself what he knows about a woman, but I'm thinking this is a little different. I hate to do it. I'd rather take the chance of a snake bite, but you'd shoot me if you knew I was keeping it to myself." "Keeping what to yourself?" "The truth, Alan. It's up to me to tell you what I know about this young woman who calls herself Mary Standish. End of chapter 15 of The Alaskan by James Oliver Curwood. Read by Lars Rolander.